Chapter 24-23. The Haoyue divine sex patriarch was terrified. Lin Tian's combat power was too exaggerated, and there was no way he could resist him. In just a short while, the Pei family patriarch and Sanxian sect patriarch, who were at the same level as him, were killed one after another. They couldn't even escape. "Little friend, if you have any requests, just say it. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything you want." The man looked at Lin Tian and spoke again. "Request? I want your life." Lin Tian was very calm. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand intertwined with the power of heaven and earth as he slowly walked toward the Haoyue divine sex patriarch. The Haoyue divine sex patriarch's heart palpitated. He walked toward Lin Tian and couldn't help but retreat. Why do you have to be so ruthless? You have nothing to lose." Lin Tian said disdainfully, "How can someone in the sixth dimension say something so ignorant? How did you cultivate to this level?" As soon as he finished speaking, he used the teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny. He appeared in front of the patriarch and slashed at him. With a clang, the sword of heaven and earth let out an ear-piercing sword whistle with an incomparably terrifying power that suppressed the surroundings. The Haoyue divine sex patriarch was shocked and angry. He roared wildly and pushed his saint energy to the limit to meet the sword. However, it was useless. Blood splattered, and the endless life energy was annihilated. Under the sword of heaven and earth, the Haoyue divine sex patriarch exploded on the spot. His soul was annihilated along with it. In the blink of an eye, the vast Muguang wasteland became deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The 6 known existences in the 6th dimension, the strongest patriarchs of this generation of the 6 top orthodoxies, on this day, on this Muguang wasteland, they were all killed in the blink of an eye by an early-stage Middle Heaven cultivator. On the vast Muguang wasteland, Lin Tian stood at the center and swept his gaze over the millions of 6th dimension cultivators outside of Muguang wasteland. Who else wants to seize reincarnation? His voice was calm. In an instant, the tens of millions of cultivators on the outskirts of Muguang wilderness began to back away. To have the courage to rush to this place after hearing about samsara, these people all possessed extraordinary strength. They were all elite experts of the 6th dimension, and most of them were at the peak of the Middle Heaven realm or the Xiantian realm. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they all trembled and their faces turned pale. No one dared to make a sound, and their eyes were filled with horror. Lin Tian glanced at them, took a simple step forward, and appeared on the mountain outside Muguang wasteland. "How about it? Are you convinced? Is my immortal court inferior to your Shui family? Ling Yun of my immortal court, a hall master, is worthy of the saintess of your Shui clan?" He looked at the ancestor of the Shui family. The Shui family's ancestor trembled slightly, his face pale. Looking at Lin Tian, who was approaching him, his limbs couldn't help but tremble. I'm convinced. One of them represented the immortal court and challenged the 6th dimensional heavens, which attracted countless experts from the 6th dimensional heavens. Even the 6th dimensional realm ancestors of the 6 top-notch orthodoxies had personally arrived. However, all of them were killed in the blink of an eye, without exception. The other elites of the 6th dimensional heavens who rushed over were all pale with fright. No one dared to make a sound. On this day, Lin Tianyi represented the immortal court and fought until the entire 6th dimension went silent. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the early heaven realm. How could he not be convinced? At this moment, he felt the terror of Lin Tian and the immortal court from the bottom of his heart. His internal organs were trembling, and his eyes were filled with horror. As Lin Tian said before, the Shui family was nothing in front of the immortal court. As a hall master of the immortal court, how could the Shui family dare to look down on him? How could they be qualified to look down on him? Lin Tian looked at the ancestor of the Xue family. Now, are you still against the marriage between the saintess of your family and Ling Yun of the Immortal Court? The ancestor of the Xue family quickly shook his head and looked at Xue Jing. Jing, your marriage with nephew Ling is set from today onwards. It's the honor of the Xue family for you to marry nephew Ling. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Yun and said, Ling, nephew Ling, we were blind before and brought harm to you and little Ling Jing. I'm here to represent the entire Xue family to apologize to you. From now on, I'll leave Jing in your care. Ling Yun and Ling Jing were pleasantly surprised. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, senior. The two of them bowed to the ancestor of the Xue family. Then they looked at Lin Tian. Big brother Lin. Thank you. Thank you. Ling Jing said with tears of joy. She never thought that she would be reunited with Ling Yun and Ling Jing after being forced apart by her family not long ago. The ancestor of the Xue family had truly acknowledged her marriage with Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. And all of this was because of Lin Tian. If not for Lin Tian's help, she and Ling Yun would have no hope at all. She might never see her child again. Lin Tian, thank you. Ling Yun looked at Lin Tian and said, full of emotions. Lin Tian challenged the entire 6 dimensions of heaven alone, just to get the Xue family to acknowledge him from the bottom of their hearts. He was extremely touched. Lin Tian smiled and hammered him. Do we still need to thank each other? Ling Yun smiled foolishly and scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Uncle Master. Ling Jing looked up at Lin Tian and said crisply. At the same time, his little face was full of admiration. Lin Tian squatted down and smiled as he rubbed the little guy's head. You're welcome, little nephew. Wu Yijiu and the rest were all here to congratulate Ling Yun and Xue Jing. Now that the two of them could truly be together and Ling Jing could have his mother by his side, everyone was happy. After a while, the ancestor of the Xue family stepped forward and said to Lin Tiandao, little friend Lin, how about coming to the Xue family to rest now? He looked at Lin Tian, then at Ling Yun and Ling Jing. He was a little reserved. Then, shall we hold an official wedding for Ling Yun and Jing? Lin Tian looked at the ancestor and smiled faintly. Senior Xue, you don't have to be so reserved. Since you've agreed to the marriage between Miss Jing, and our Ling Yun, your Xue family and my immortal court are in-laws. There's no need to be so polite. Let's go. We won't disturb your family anymore. It's necessary to hold a wedding for them. The Xue family had truly acknowledged Ling Yun and agreed to the marriage between Ling Yun and Xue Jing. He naturally treated them with the same courtesy as before. On this day, he, Wu Yi, and the rest visited the Xue family again. However, it was different from before. This time, the Xue family welcomed them warmly and treated them as unparalleled, honored guests. After that, the Xue family held a grand wedding for Ling Yun and Ling Jing. The entire Xue family celebrated. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the rest stayed at the Xue family for half a month. Then they bid farewell and left. As for Xue Jing, she naturally followed Ling Yun and left with them. Soon, they walked far away from the mountain range, where the Xue family was located. Father, are we going back to the 5th dimension to look for senior Uncle Fengshen and the rest? After walking for a distance, Ruoxian asked Lin Tian. Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the rest also looked at Lin Tian. No hurry. Lin Tian smiled. Let's visit some of the great sects in the 6th dimension. In the Muguang wasteland, the great sects in the 6th dimension had come to snatch his reincarnation. Although he had exposed his reincarnation to attract these people's malice could not be concealed. He would not let them go so easily. Long ago, he had searched the sea of consciousness of the experts who had attacked him and found out the origins of many of them. Now he was going to attack them one by one. He would not go so far as to destroy these great sects, but he had to take something out. Hearing this, Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Combined with the previous battle in the Maguang wasteland, she naturally understood Lin Tian's meaning. Yes, I like it. She clenched her hands. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian was both amused and angry. She was exactly like a violent person. Oh, you take after me. He could not help but laugh. He led Ruoxian, Wu Yi, and the others through the sixth dimension. After half a month, they arrived in front of a group of holy mountains. The sacred mountain range was lofty and majestic, and the sacred spiritual qi mixed within it was incomparably terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous ancient sacred palaces laid horizontally within it, and numerous floating treasured islands were faintly discernible one after another. There were even ancient spiritual birds flying in the sky, and it was an extraordinary scene. Pei family, Lin Tiandao, Xue Jing, followed them and was very familiar with the sixth dimension. Naturally, he knew the location of the Pei family. On this day, he led a group of people to this place. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped into the holy mountains and soon arrived outside the Pei family. You! Outside the Pei family, a group of Pei family experts trembled when they saw Lin Tian appear. Their faces were pale as they retreated. In the Battle of Maguang Wasteland, Lin Tianyi had beaten the sixth dimension's voice. This news had long spread throughout the sixth dimension. Naturally, the Pei family knew about it. Seeing Lin Tian, who had killed their sixth dimension's patriarch, appear in front of their door, they could not help but feel a sense of fear. They staggered back into the Pei family. Lin Tian led Wu Yi and the others into the Pei family as if they were walking on flat ground. For a moment, the entire Pei family was in a state of panic. You, what are you doing here? My family still has a guardian killing formation and a sixth dimension's sacred weapon. You, don't mess around. The Pei family was in chaos. The Pei family's patriarch and a group of supreme elders all walked out. Everyone could not help but tremble. Although they hated Lin Tian for killing their patriarch, the fear in their eyes could not be concealed. Moreover, the threats they made at this time were completely lacking in momentum. This was because, from the bottom of their hearts, they did not think that their guardian killing formation and sixth dimensions sacred weapon could threaten Lin Tian. Lin Tian's performance in the Battle of Maguang Wasteland was simply too shocking. You can try the guardian killing formation and sixth dimensions sacred weapon to see if they work. However, I advise you not to try it. Otherwise, this place may be stained with blood. Lin Tian was very calm. Your family has tried to kill me twice in an attempt to take back reincarnation. You have to pay a price. The reason I'm here today is very simple. Hand over all the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources your family has accumulated over the years, and I will turn around and leave. Otherwise, bear the consequences. As soon as he said this, the Pei family's patriarch and supreme elder's expressions changed. What did you say? Don't go too far. These people were shocked and angry. Chapter 24. Overboard. Lin Tian remained calm as he listened to the words of the Pei family's upper echelons. With a faint sneer, he said, "When your family tried to kill me and snatch samsara away from me, did you ever think of this word? Now you're talking to me about overboard?" The Pei family's upper echelons were speechless. You, don't waste your breath. Do as I say and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll personally cripple your family and take away what I want. Lin Tiandao. The Pei family's upper echelons trembled. Some of them gritted their teeth and wanted to resist, but they held themselves back in the end. A few days ago, the incident at Maguang Wasteland had shaken the entire sixth-dimensional sky. Lin Tianyi's people had caused the entire sixth-dimensional sky to go silent. Now, they did not dare to resist. In the end, the Pei family gave in and handed over their sixth-dimensional ancient scriptures, sixth-dimensional sacred weapons, Xiantian and mid-heaven artifacts, immortal pills, and worldly treasures to Lin Tian. This is really Xue Jing. Er's eyes were filled with shock. The Pei family of the sixth-dimensional sky, one of the top orthodoxies of the six paths, had actually given in and handed over everything to Lin Tian. Too powerful. Ruoxian snorted proudly. Her father's current might was simply too strong. He could sweep through everything. Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others were relatively calm. There was not much change in their expressions. Lin Tian himself did not say anything. He put away the Pei family's things and beckoned Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others to leave. He walked out of the Pei family's main gate and headed towards the Pei family's territory. The Pei family's patriarch and grand elders clenched their fists and allowed Lin Tian to leave. No one dared to stop him. It was only when Lin Tian's group disappeared from their sight that someone in the crowd roared in anger and humiliation. At the same time, there was a trace of sadness. Everything that their Pei clan had accumulated since ancient times was gone on this day. Everything had been taken away. Lin Tian led Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others out of the Pei residence. Soon they were far away. "Daddy, where to next?" Ruoxian asked. She looked like she was about to make a move, and her beautiful big eyes were very bright. "Blissful Island." Lin Tian smiled. The sixth-dimensional sky was similar to the fifth-dimensional sky in that it was composed of countless stars and a vast central world. After that, he led a group of people and visited the inheritances of the Blissful Island, the chaotic Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the Sanxian sect, the Vast Moon Divine sect, the Heartless Palace, the Illusion Moon cult, and the Cloud Howl Immortal sect. He took all the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources of these great inheritances. During this entire process, not a single great inheritance dared to resist. Even though they were unwilling and furious, they could only submit. I've struck gold this time." Ruoxian's eyes sparkled. "We have to thank them for their generosity." Lin Tian said with a smile. He had passed through the Pei family, the Blissful Island, the Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion, the Sanxian sect, the Vast Moon Divine sect, the Heartless Palace, the Illusion Moon cult, and the Cloud Howl Immortal sect. The cultivation resources he had obtained were absolutely astonishing, not to mention the ancient scriptures and precious weapons. Just the immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were enough to allow all of his friends and family to step into the middle heaven realm in a very short time. As for the artifacts and ancient scriptures of the great sects, they were also priceless. They were definitely enough to increase the strength of the immortal court by tens of thousands of times in a short time. "Let's go back to the fifth-dimensional sky," he said with a smile. On this day, he left the sixth-dimensional sky with Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others, and quickly returned to the fifth-dimensional sky. After returning to the fifth-dimensional sky, he found Yenya. With her divination skills, he divined the whereabouts of his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others. Not long after, he found everyone and brought them back. In the depths of the fifth-dimensional immortal court, a group of familiar friends and family gathered together. There were many immortal brews and divine fruits on the table. "Not bad, junior brother. We're proud of you." Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian with a smile. "Very powerful. Primal Chaos, Heavenly Sovereign," said with a smile. The 9 heavenly sovereigns of the 10 directions sky domain had learned about Lin Tian's battle achievements from Ruoxian. They were all very happy. Senior brothers are also very powerful. Lin Tian scratched his head. Although he had become very powerful, and his strength had far surpassed Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others, he was always very humble and humble in front of the 9 people. These 9 people were not only his senior brothers. To him, they were like his blood brothers. Yeah. Little Tai Chu landed on Lin Tian's head. It could already speak human language, but it rarely spoke. Its childish voice was very cute. "Master is so powerful." Yi Tong and the little fox were full of admiration. It wasn't just Feng Shin Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others. They all knew about Lin Tian's battle achievements. Powerful. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi were both relatively taciturn types, so they spoke at the same time. Yi Feng Tian sat there quietly. He didn't say anything because he knew how powerful Lin Tian was. All of this didn't surprise him. In his opinion, Lin Tian was the one who could do this. He beat up the sixth dimensional sky domain alone. I missed that battle. What a disappointment. White Tiger shook his head vigorously. He then looked at Ling Yun and clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that a pervert like you would have someone who likes you and even has a child? Get lost. You're the pervert. Your whole clan is perverted. Ling Yun scolded. His wife and children were still watching. Io, pervert. You used to be called the peerless pervert duo with me. Now that you have a wife, you're kicking me aside. You can't do this. As the saying goes, a pervert has to be honest. Have you forgotten the oath we made at sunset? We agreed to lie among thousands of flowers and not live under a tree. Are you going to go back on our promise? White Tiger looked disappointed. Ling Yun's face suddenly turned red. Go away. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel very happy. Speaking of which, kid, I heard that you collected a lot of good things in the sixth dimensional sky. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian. Hurry up and take them out. I've been training for the past few years, and I'm so tired that I'm crying. It's more comfortable to cultivate with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's not troublesome at all. Lin Tian squinted at it. Look at your useless face. As he said this, he waved his hand and took out many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immortal pills and divine medicines. They were all intertwined with a holy light. These were not ordinary pills. On this day, he directly distributed them to everyone in this place. With these immortal pills and precious medicines, they would be able to step into the heaven stage in at most a year. Okay. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. The night passed quickly after the day's gathering. The next day, because Lin Tian gave them the immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the sixth dimensional sky, everyone went into seclusion in the fifth dimensional immortal court. They cultivated in different places in the depths of the immortal court with these immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Tian personally guarded them and cultivated silently at the same time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, lightning tribulations appeared in the sky above the immortal court from time to time. Among the group of people, those who had mastered the dimensional laws would attract heavenly punishment when they broke through a major realm. Then they would go to the sea outside the immortal court to undergo the tribulation. A year later, the group of people came out of seclusion one after another. As Lin Tian had expected, they had all stepped into the heaven stage. Awesome. Whooshing Crocodile howled. In just a year, he had stepped into the early heaven stage from the peak of the Tao conversion stage. It was also on this day that ear-piercing thunder exploded in the sky above the immortal court again, and a huge lightning vortex appeared. Black lightning bolts ran rampant in it, and the destructive aura seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In this 1 year, Lin Tian had been silently guarding the group of people. He himself had also been simply cultivating, and could have stepped into the Xiantian realm long ago. However, he had waited until the day when everyone had truly come out of seclusion to step into the Xiantian realm. This is monstrous. The White Tiger's eyes widened. The difficulty of advancing from the Tao conversion stage to the heaven stage was almost the same as advancing from the early heaven stage to the middle heaven stage. This was because the further one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it would be to cultivate. However, now the group of people had reached the heaven stage from the Tao conversion stage, or the all-creation stage, with the help of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. while Lin Tian had advanced from the early heaven stage to the Xiantian realm. This was simply shocking. After reaching the heaven stage, Lin Tian's cultivation speed was still so fast, and he didn't rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures at all. As expected of the descendant of those two, who in the world can compare to him? He's only unsealed his fifth soul root. Whooshing Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, before unsealing his soul root, Lin Tian was already very strong and terrifying, and he had always been able to crush his peers. But now Lin Tian was even stronger. His strength was simply at a level that they couldn't comprehend. Rumble. In the boundless sea outside the immortal court of the fifth dimension, rolling thunder rumbled, and the aura of the lightning tribulation shook heaven and earth. Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't fear it at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lightning tribulation struck down one after another, and the ancestral Lord Sea domain was completely shrouded in darkness. After a total of 1,800 rounds of lightning tribulation, this Xiantian level heavenly tribulation finally stopped. This caused the group of people to choke with shock. He was only in the Xiantian realm, and Lin Tian had already attracted close to 2,000 waves of lightning punishment. After this, when he reached the tribulation and tribulation realms, what kind of scene would the lightning punishment be? That old drunkard said that in the 1,000 tribulations realm, every time one steps up a small step, they will trigger 1,000 waves of lightning punishment. This grandpa who reckons that when that time comes, this kid will trigger at least 10,000 waves of lightning punishment. When he reaches the tribulation realm, I'm afraid it will increase by several times. The white tiger muttered, "Hey, tiger, don't make wild guesses. Isn't it scary?" Fan Ingxiong glared at the white tiger. 10,000 rounds of lightning tribulation. Tens of thousands of rounds of lightning tribulation. What kind of destructive scene would that be? Just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. In the ancestral Lord Sea domain, after the Xiantian level lightning tribulation dispersed, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared. Lin Tian stood alone in the ancestral Lord Sea domain, using the 7-colored auspicious clouds to refine and stabilize his realm. When the 7-colored auspicious clouds dispersed, his Xiantian level cultivation base was completely stabilized. Chapter 24-25. Now, after more than a year, Lin Tian had reached the Xiantian realm and decided to go to the 6th dimension to establish a new immortal court. His plan was to spread the immortal court all the way to the 9th dimension. At this stage, he no longer had any opponents in the 6th dimension. Now that he had intimidated the entire 6th dimension, it was definitely a very good opportunity to establish a new immortal court in the 6th dimension. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Xiantian realm. Now he could unlock the 6th seal on his soul root. There is no doubt that unsealing the soul root was best done in the 6th dimension, where the Holy Spirit Chi was much denser than in the 5th dimension. Hearing his words, the group naturally had no objections. On this day, he tore open the heaven and earth gate that led to the 6th dimension in the depths of the 5th dimension immortal court and brought Wu Yi, his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, and the rest to the 6th dimension. In the 6th dimension, the mortal mountains and divine mountains were far more amazing than in the 5th dimension. Fengshen, Tianzuin, and the others, as well as Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others, all couldn't help but be moved when they first arrived. Originally, the Holy Spirit Chi in the 5th dimension was enough to surprise them, but the 6th dimension was even more shocking. No wonder the cultivators in the upper dimension are all so powerful and terrifying. The Holy Spirit Chi in the air is really exaggerated. How can it not be strong? As for the offspring of such a powerful being, how could their bloodline not be astonishing? Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Compared to them, the starting point of the creatures in the upper dimension was so high that they couldn't be compared at all. It's no big deal. We'll fight our way to the top step by step. Lin Tian Ondao. The white tiger nodded and paused for a moment before saying, "Speaking of which, your growth experience is quite interesting. Others walk out of their homeland and fight their way to the outside world step by step. You, on the other hand, fight your way back to your homeland step by step from the outside world." It knew Lin Tian's background. Strictly speaking, Lin Tian was a creature from the ninth dimension, and the ninth dimension was his first homeland. Now, Lin Tian was fighting his way from the fourth dimension to the ninth dimension. Wasn't he fighting his way back to his homeland, step by step? Lin Tian, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'll find a good place to release the sixth seal of the soul root first, and then build the immortal court." As he spoke, he led the group of people away from this place. Not long after, they found a relatively good place. The Holy Spirit Qi intertwined in the surrounding air was extremely dense. After the group of people retreated a bit further, they started to unseal the soul root. In just an instant, the sixth seal on his soul root was broken. Boom! Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, surging spiritual energy and Tao power crazily swept over. An endless amount of spiritual power instantly drowned him. In this place, for a time, even the sky changed color. Terrifying phenomena appeared one after another, spreading out in all directions. This is really the 5 elements alligator sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time it had witnessed the scene of Lin Tian unsealing the soul root. That scene was simply too magnificent. Hurricanes intertwined, and endless spiritual energy and Tao power of heaven and earth automatically surged over. That scene was simply too impactful. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were also moved. It was also the first time they saw Lin Tian unsealing the soul root. Back then, an old drunkard said that every time he unsealed a seal on the soul root, his potential would skyrocket. Moreover, in a short period of time after unsealing the soul root, he would attract endless spiritual energy and Tao power within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. So this is how it is. This scene, Ling Yun trembled. Boom! Spiritual energy and Tao power surged over and poured into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian immediately activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and quickly refined the spiritual energy and Tao power. He merged it into his flesh and blood to improve his cultivation. At the same time, he also cultivated seriously and attracted more spiritual energy and Tao power. Suddenly, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger rapidly, and his cultivation also improved rapidly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Boom! 8 days later. On this day, the sky exploded, and a huge lightning vortex appeared. *CK. I'm already in the 6th dimension. It's only been 8 days. This Lord Tiger is really... The white tiger couldn't help but curse. This cultivation was too easy, right? In just 8 days, he had reached the 6th dimension from the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Boom! The sky exploded and ear-piercing thunder followed. The huge lightning vortex appeared horizontally, and darkness shrouded the surroundings in the blink of an eye. The destructive aura became more and more terrifying. Retreat further. Fengshen Tianzuan said in a deep voice, and the group retreated further. Lin Tian's 6th dimension, heavenly tribulation descended. The destructive aura was too strong, and they were not far away from Lin Tian. Once they were affected, they would be in trouble. Soon, the group retreated more than 10,000 kilometers before stopping. It was also at this time that Lin Tian felt that they had retreated far enough. He completely released his aura and began to transcend the tribulation. Boom! 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 Lightning tribulations struck one after another, turning the area into a sea of lightning tribulation. Facing such lightning tribulation, Lin Tian was not afraid. He called back the samsara sword and helped him transcend the tribulation, tempering it once again. In the blink of an eye, A total of 3,000 lightning tribulations had struck down. Only then did the sixth dimension heavenly tribulation dissipate. In Lin Tian's solitary field, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared, and balls of 7-colored holy radiance descended, enveloping him. He used the holy radiance to refine and stabilize his current sixth dimension realm. At the same time, with a slight thought, the shattered samsara sword reformed, and its sword aura became even sharper than before. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and the 7-colored auspicious clouds disappeared. Lin Tian's sixth dimension realm cultivation had completely stabilized. At this moment, he looked inside his body. His life force origin was brighter, his holy energy was more majestic, and his spirit was more powerful. Most importantly, with the release of the sixth seal on his soul root, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. His ability to understand the principles of heaven and earth had improved qualitatively. Moreover, when he was not actively cultivating, the spiritual energy that automatically surged into his body between heaven and earth was much faster than before. There was no doubt that the current him would cultivate faster than before. Furthermore, as his strength increased, the three-dimensional heaven and earth in his body became stronger as well. This was something that he who controlled the three-dimensional world could feel very clearly. He was naturally very satisfied with this, and strands of deep light interweaved within his eyes. He paused for a moment, and with a slight thought, the samsara sword returned to his body. At this time, whooshing sounds could be heard. Wu Yi Jiu Little Tai Chu Whooshing Crocodile, Yang Qi, by Ziki, Feng Xin, Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial, and the others had all arrived. Freak, freak! White Tiger couldn't help but shake his head. Other than this, he really couldn't find any other words to describe Lin Tian. The others also spoke one after another, and their eyes were filled with amazement. The current Lin Tian was really too amazing. Compared to them, they were no longer living beings on the same level. Lin Tiantan smiled and didn't have much of a reaction. After a pause, he left the place with the group. "Let's find a suitable place to establish our sect," he said. The sixth dimension was very vast, and the saint spirit chi in the air was much denser than in the fifth dimension. However, since he wanted to establish his sect in the sixth dimension, he naturally had to find a relatively good place in the sixth dimension. Fortunately, among their group, his fourth senior brother, Celestial Venerable Dragon Zonglong, created the Dragon Burial Scripture, and he himself also cultivated it, so he was very good at the path of the earth veins. In addition, Xue Jing was very familiar with the sixth dimension. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to find a very amazing place in the sixth dimension. Endless earth veins were intertwined, and the saint spirit chi in the air was majestic and terrifying. It was more than 10 times more amazing than the places where the Pei clan and the other top 6 orthodoxies in the sixth dimension were established. It was the most suitable place to establish the sixth dimension celestial court. Then, the group of people set out at the same time, setting up immortal palaces and floating islands. Then, Lin Tiantan personally engraved defensive arrays and other things. It took him about a month to complete the construction of the sixth dimension celestial court, and it was extremely glorious. Then, on this day, he personally sent out hundreds of thousands of divine consciousness imprints to the entire sixth dimension to announce the establishment of the sixth dimension celestial court. He also recruited disciples of the celestial court from all over the sixth dimension. Anyone who was benevolent and righteous could join the celestial court, and there were several sixth dimension ancient scriptures and many great arts for them to cultivate. For a moment, the entire sixth dimension was in an uproar. Is it the man from more than a year ago? He created an inheritance. The celestial court. Regardless of aptitude, as long as one is benevolent and righteous, they can join? Is that true? There are several sixth dimension ancient scriptures, and anyone who joins the celestial court can cultivate them. This. In the sixth dimension, the cultivators were shocked. Then, in the next moment, the cultivators in the entire sixth dimension began to move one after another. In every corner, cultivators quickly rushed toward the location of the sixth dimension celestial court created by Lin Tiantan. A year ago, he fought alone until he lost his voice in the sixth dimension. How amazing was the potential of an inheritance created by such a person. Moreover, this inheritance did not care about aptitude. As long as one was benevolent and righteous, they could join. At the same time, after joining, they could cultivate the sixth dimension ancient scriptures without any restrictions. How bold was this? This attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the sixth dimension. After a short period of time, the location of the sixth dimension celestial court set up by Lin Tiantan was filled with cultivators rushing there. I want to join. Please let me join. The weakest cultivators of the sixth dimension were in the Hotian realm, and their eyes were all shining. Chapter 24-26. The crowd was surging, and the place where the sixth-dimensional immortal court was established was bustling with activity. On this day, the establishment of the sixth-dimensional immortal court could be said to be very successful, just like the grand occasion in the fifth heaven. In just one day, more than 20 billion cultivators joined the sixth-dimensional immortal court. Among them, the weakest was in the Hotian realm, and the strongest was even at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Their combined strength surpassed any inheritance in the history of the sixth-dimensional immortal court. It wasn't until a few days later that this grand occasion gradually calmed down. Yi Fengtian came along, Snow Wolf, Yi Tong, and the little fox were also present. Lin Tian handed over all the matters of the sixth-dimensional immortal court to the four of them. They were in charge of the new immortal soldiers and generals, and also established thousands of immortal court branches in the sixth-dimensional immortal court. These immortal court branches were responsible for collecting all kinds of information and cultivation resources in the sixth-dimensional immortal court. A month later, the sixth-dimensional immortal court was completely on the right track. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this. He was the one who established the immortal court. Watching the immortal court grow step by step, he naturally felt a sense of pride. Daddy, are you preparing to go to the seven-dimensional immortal court? A month later, Ruoxian hugged Lin Tian's arm and asked. It's about time, Lin Tian smiled and said. Oh, before that, let's relax a little. Let's take a walk in the sixth-dimensional immortal court. Now that he had reached the sixth-dimensional immortal court, he could already tear open the heaven and earth gate in the sixth-dimensional immortal court and enter the seven-dimensional immortal court. However, he wasn't in a hurry at this time. He wanted to take Ruoxian and Wu Yi with him for a simple walk in the sixth-dimensional immortal court. This could be considered a kind of relaxation, and at the same time it was also a way for him to accompany his family. After all, after entering the seven-dimensional immortal court from the sixth-dimensional immortal court, who knew how many years would pass before they could see each other again? Okay. Ruoxian was naturally happy. Lin Tiantan smiled. On this day, he brought his precious daughter and Wu Yi out of the sixth-dimensional immortal court. They walked around the sixth-dimensional immortal court as if they were on a vacation. They walked around the corners of the sixth-dimensional immortal court with Wu Yi and Jiyu. At the same time, he was also comprehending reincarnation from time to time during this process. This was because his comprehension of reincarnation had become much stronger after the 6 seals of his soul root had been unsealed. Occasionally, he would gain insights on reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. He, Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others walked through many corners of the 6th dimension. On this day, a boundless energy suddenly surged out from his body. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly became much stronger. Father, your cultivation has increased again. Ruoxian glared at him. Oh, middle 6th dimension. Lin Tiantan said with a smile. During this year, he only comprehended reincarnation from time to time and did not cultivate at all. However, after unsealing the 6 seals of his soul root, the rich saint spirit chi in the 6th-dimensional immortal court would automatically flow into his body at a much faster speed than before. This caused his essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation to constantly increase. Therefore, after a year, his cultivation had increased from the early 6th dimension to the middle 6th dimension. At the same time, during this process, after unsealing the 6 seals of his soul root, he also comprehended reincarnation from time to time and made great achievements in reincarnation. Now he had mastered 20% of reincarnation. After this, he believed that as he seriously comprehended, it would not be long before he could master 30% of reincarnation. In fact, after the soul root in his body had its 6 seals undone, his potential had undergone an extremely shocking and drastic change. It was much stronger than when the soul root had its 5 seals undone. It was as if the difference between heaven and earth was enormous. "You are really abnormal." Sushu rolled her eyes. He clearly did not take the initiative to cultivate, but in a year he actually went from the early 6th dimension to the middle 6th dimension. Even Wu Yi could not help but be slightly moved. The current Lin Tian Tan was really too frightening. "Your soul root is too terrifying. You have only unsealed 6 seals. If you unseal all of them, then—" Bai Qiu could not help but tremble. She did not dare to imagine how terrifying Lin Tiantan would be after he unsealed all the seals on his soul root. At that time, he would probably be like Wu Yi's order divine ability. He would truly be the only one in the world. Ruoxian's big eyes were very bright. She hugged Lin Tiantan's arm and was full of worship. Then she asked, "Then, Daddy, when will you be able to unseal the 7th seal that Grandpa left on your soul root?" After hearing her question, Jiyu, Bai Qiu, Shui, Sushu, Violet Fairy, and the others all looked at Lin Tiantan. Even Wu Yi was no exception. They were indeed curious about this. After the 6th dimension, there is the silent void realm, solitary god realm, silent soul realm, 7th dimension. Lin Tiantan made a rough estimate and said, "Oh, basically after reaching the silent soul realm, I can unseal the 7th seal on my soul root normally." He was surrounded by a small forest, a very ordinary forest. He talked to them while walking into the distance. Soon, another month had passed. He brought Wu Yi and the others back to the 6th dimension immortal court. Then, in the next few days, Feng Shen Tianzuan, the primal chaos celestial, Yang Qi by Ziki Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, Yi Feng Tian, Yi Tong the Little Fox, and Snow Wolf all came back from their training. Everyone knew that Lin Tian Tan would soon enter the 7th dimension. Everyone rushed back to see him off. Soon, 7 days had passed. 7 days later, on this day, Lin Tiantan was preparing to leave for the 7th dimension. On this day, he temporarily bid farewell to the group. On this day, the group still said the same thing to Lin Tiantan, safety first. At the same time, this time still, no one wanted to enter the 7th dimension with Lin Tianyi. This was because the difference in strength between them and Lin Tiantan was too great. "If you're tired, come back and rest," Wu Yi said gently. Lin Tiantan smiled and nodded. He chatted with Wu Yi for a long time. Then he said goodbye to the group again. Then he directly tore open the heaven and earth gate in the depths of the 6th dimension immortal court. He stepped into it and disappeared from the 6th dimension. The heaven and earth gate that led to the 7th dimension was dark inside. He could not feel anything. It was very oppressive. After an unknown period of time, light appeared in front of him. He fell out of the heaven and earth tunnel and stepped on solid ground again. Looking around, there were mountains of immortal mountains. Each of them towered into the sky. The Holy Spirit Chi was extremely astonishing. It was far from what the 6th dimension could compare with. Looking at the mountains of immortal mountains around him and feeling the rich Holy Spirit Chi in the air, his eyes could not help but shine. "I'm here. The 7th dimension. Boom!" Suddenly, an astonishing Holy Spirit chi rumbled in front of him, interrupting his muttering. Looking around, there was a large road not far away. On both sides were relatively empty. An old man in a cloth robe was carrying a 6-year-old boy on his back. He was covered in blood and had been severely injured. Even his steps were a little staggered and his aura was extremely weak. Behind him were dozens of cultivators. All of them had extraordinary auras and were powerful existences at the solitary god realm. Many cultivators were walking back and forth on the road. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked and quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. That's the descendant of the desolate saint. It seems like it is. The eyes of the cultivators were all on the 6-year-old boy behind the old man in a cloth robe. Looking at the dozens of people chasing after the old man and the little boy, their eyes were very complicated. Boom! Astonishing Holy Spirit chi was vast and mighty. The dozens of solitary god realm experts were chasing after the old man, and each of them swept out killing lights. "You can't escape," one of them said coldly. These dozens of people were dressed differently. As they chased after the old man, they were also vigilant of the others. Obviously, these dozens of people were not together. Boom! Majestic Holy Spirit chi vibrated, and mixed with the power of killing, it violently sent the old man flying. His aura was extremely weak in an instant. The little boy on his back was thrown out by the vibration, but he quickly raised his hand to pull him back. The dozens of people stepped forward and quickly rushed toward the old man. Their eyes were all on the little boy that the old man pulled back to protect. At the same time, they were even more vigilant of the others. The old man struggled, wanting to stand up and continue to run with the little boy, but at this moment he could not stand up. His strength was at its lowest. For a moment, there was deep despair, self-blame, and grief on his face. "Lord Desolate Saint, do you see? Back then, you single-handedly forced the 3 ferocious ancient clans that wreaked havoc in the 7th dimension to retreat to the forbidden ancient demon region and seal it away. They fought to the death for the 7th dimension. After so many years, your direct descendant was targeted because he awakened your desolate heaven bloodline, and his family was completely wiped out. This old servant can no longer protect the young master. This old servant is useless." Tears streamed down the old man's face as he looked at the dozens of people charging at him. His eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Tian was in the distance. He had seen the old man carrying the little boy being chased, but he did not care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He was already far away, and he had already walked far away. However, at this moment, when he heard the old man's words that were filled with grief and hatred, he could not help but be moved, and he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, the dozens of people who were chasing after the old man got closer. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they only stared at the little boy that the old man was protecting. At the same time, they were wary of each other. The others all reached out to grab the little boy. The old man in the Biu robe was in despair. He hugged the little boy tightly. "I'm sorry, young master. This old servant could not protect you well." Saint energy intertwined into a hurricane. The dozens of people stared at the little boy. Their large hands intertwined with boundless saint light, and in the blink of an eye, they were close to him. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A blinding sword ray slashed down, as if it had fallen from an eternal, unknown place. It was sharp and terrifying. Lin Tian made his move. The 3-dimensional world in his body shook, and the rich power of heaven and earth condensed into a sword of heaven and earth in his hand. With a swing of the sword, it enveloped the dozens of people. At the same time, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the old man in the Biu robe in the next moment. He slashed the sword in front of the old man again, and the sword momentum became even sharper. It pressed down on the dozens of people with the previous sword. The dozens of people were shocked at the same time. They immediately stopped and quickly dodged. avoiding the too sharp sword rays. "Who is it?" After dodging Lin Tian's 2 slashes, the dozens of people's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a chill in their eyes. Chapter 24-27. Seeing that they were about to be in trouble, the linen-robed old man did not expect that someone would step forward to help them. Before this, he had been on the run for far too long, and no one had ever thought of helping him. The 6-year-old boy was being protected by the old man, and his delicate face was filled with shock and fear. At this moment, his eyes also fell on Lin Tian. "Kid, how dare you stop us? Do you want to die?" The dozens of people looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. They were about to seize the boy and obtain the desolate heaven bloodline, but now someone had stepped in to stop them. They looked at Lin Tian with cold, murderous intent in their eyes, but they did not make a move for the time being. This was because the sword of light in Lin Tian's hand made their hearts palpitate for no reason, and they felt an extremely strong sense of horror. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people and said coldly, "Get lost!" He did not know the linen-robed old man or the boy, but the linen-robed old man's words had moved him. The boy was the descendant of a hero who had once protected the 7-dimensional world, but now he was being treated like this by the people of this world. It felt like the descendant of a martyr on the Milky Way imperial planet was being humiliated by a group of hooligans, and it was really unbearable. Therefore, even if he did not know the linen-robed old man and the boy, and was not even a person of the 7-dimensional world, he still could not help but help at this time. They did not deserve to be treated like this. When the dozens of people heard this, their faces turned even colder, and all of them revealed even colder, murderous intent. "You're courting death." Some of the dozens of people immediately attacked. Although they were wary of the sword in Lin Tian's hand and could feel the terrifying aura, they were very concerned about the boy who had the desolate heaven bloodline, and directly cast a saint technique to suppress Lin Tian. Then the others also attacked, and majestic killing aura pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time, sealing off all directions. Little brother, be careful." The linen-robed old man could not help but speak, and his voice was extremely weak. Lin Tian's back was facing the linen-robed old man, and he faced the dozens of people head-on. His eyes were still cold, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand became even brighter, as more power of the 3-dimensional world poured into it. Then he directly slashed at the dozens of people. After obtaining the 3-dimensional world and branding of the foundation of time, nearly 3 years had passed, and the 3-dimensional world had completed a qualitative transformation to become much stronger. Then, as he stepped into the 6-dimensional world, the 3-dimensional world in his body, there was no doubt that, and now he could mobilize the power of the world within him to invincible under the silent soul realm. Clang! Sword whistles rumbled, shaking the sky. With a sizzling sound, the saint-killing lights, unleashed by dozens of people, were all shattered in an instant. Then the sword, and its momentum to the dozens of peoples to kill, to the dozens of people to kill. Puff! Pooh! Pooh! Immediately, a bloody mist exploded. The dozen or so people who were charging at the front were instantly killed in both body and soul. Lin of the people to the side of A's to B to the side with AA with a person with the people with a strong. That light sort of his, what is it? He's only in the 6-dimensional realm, but with one sword strike. These people were shocked. After the 6-dimensional realm, there was the silent void realm, solitary god realm, silent soul realm. 7th-dimensional realm Lin Tian was clearly only in the 6th-dimensional realm, and these people could feel it, but at this time he killed dozens of solitary god realm experts with one sword strike, killing enemies with a gap of 2 realms. What kind of feeling was this? At the same time, the linen-robed old man was also shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked because Lin Tian's battle prowess was too strong, and he could easily kill solitary god realm experts with his 6th-dimensional realm cultivation. He was also happy because Lin Tian, who helped them, was so strong. Today, the descendant of the desolate Saint would not be in trouble. The 6-year-old boy looked at Lin Tian, and the fear on his face lessened a lot. Looking at Lin Tian's back, he couldn't help but have a look of worship in his eyes. The dozens of people who were chasing after the old man and the little boy, as well as those who were still alive, couldn't help but be horrified. "You, who exactly are you?" Someone looked at Lin Tian with fear and asked. The others also looked at Lin Tian, and for a moment they didn't move. Lin Tian's sword strike was too terrifying. Lin Tian looked at the people who were still alive, and he raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and slashed down even more fiercely. These people were definitely not good people, and he didn't need to show mercy to them. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled, and the speed of the sword was extremely fast. The surging sword engulfed the remaining people. In the next moment, the blood, mist exploded, and the people who were still alive died in the blink of an eye. Blood had dyed the ground red. In the distance, a group of people on the main road saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. With his 6-dimensional realm cultivation, he killed dozens of solitary God realm experts with just 2 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. That sword, what exactly is it? These people could see that the reason Lin Tian could kill dozens of solitary God experts so easily was all because of the sword in his hand. Lin Tian could naturally feel the group of cultivators looking at him. He could feel their shock and surprise, but he didn't care. He turned to look at the cloth-robed old man and the 6-year-old boy. Little brother, thank you. Thank you. The cloth-robed old man knelt down in front of Lin Tian and kowtowed shakily to Lin Tian. His voice was intermittent, and it was weaker than before. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped him. "Uncle, please don't do this." He really felt that he couldn't bear such an old man kowtowing to him. He bent down and pulled the old man up. "Big brother, thank you. You're so strong." The 6-year-old boy raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. His little face was filled with gratitude, and his eyes were filled with worship. Then he looked at the old man. The fear from before had completely disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise. "Grandpa Zhou, we're saved." The cloth-robed old man's surname was Zhou, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked at the little boy and nodded excitedly with a smile. Suddenly his body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The little boy was shocked. He looked at the old man and panicked. "Grandpa Zhou, what happened to you, Grandpa Zhou?" Lin Tian crouched down, and 9-colored Saint Power surged out and enveloped the cloth-robed old man. A moment later he frowned slightly. The old man's life origin and soul were all cracked and were collapsing irreversibly. There was no way to reverse the situation. At most he would die in a few dozen breaths. No one could save him. "Grandpa Zhou! Grandpa Zhou!" The little boy kept calling. "No, young master, this old servant is fine." The old man was covered in blood, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His pale face had an extremely forced smile. He trembled as he touched the little boy, and then looked at Lin Tian. Little brother, young master's surname is Mu Chin, is Lord Desolate Saint's descendant. Once Lord Desolate Saint refined one of the 7 dimensions laws, the Desolate Heaven laws, into his body, fusing them into his blood essence, and formed the Desolate Heaven bloodline. Young Master Mu Chen felt awakened Lord Desolate Saint's Desolate Heaven bloodline. As long as he grows up normally, he will be able to control the Desolate Heaven laws in 10 years. The news of young Master awakening the Desolate Heaven bloodline was leaked. Many people came to fight for it, because as long as you use a special method to exchange blood and refine the origin, you can obtain the Desolate Heaven bloodline and control the Desolate Heaven laws. Lord Desolate Saint did not establish a large clan back then, so there were few people. The clan became weaker and weaker and could not stop those people. They all died. Only this old servant brought young master and escaped. This old servant can't take it any more." The old man's voice was getting weaker and weaker. He was stuttering and could no longer speak clearly. He looked at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. Little brother, I beg you to look at Lord Desolate Saint for the sake of protecting this land, sacrificing his life. Please take care of young Master Muchin." Lin Tian was silent. He paused for a moment and nodded. In front of him, the little boy's ancestor had sacrificed his life for the 7 dimensions. He used his life to protect the land and all living things. There was no doubt that he was a true sage. How could he abandon the descendant of a sage? Even if he was not a person of this land, even if he would cause trouble for him in the future. Seeing Lin Tian nod in agreement, the old man trembled. His pale face revealed joy. Thank you. As he spoke, he looked at little Muchin. Young master, in the future, you have to listen to this. As he spoke, the old man trembled violently, and another mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. The luster of life in his eyes dissipated in the blink of an eye. Grandpa Zhou, what happened to you, Grandpa Zhou? Little Muchin suddenly became anxious. His little hand grabbed the old man's sleeve, and he could not stop trembling. Tears fell from his big eyes. Wake up, Grandpa Zhou, wake up. Lin Tian sighed. Although little Muchin was only 6 years old, he was not an ordinary mortal child. He was the descendant of a powerful cultivator. Therefore, at this time, how could he not see that the old man had died? It was just difficult to accept. Let him rest in peace. He said, "No, Grandpa Zhou is not dead. No." Little Muchin shouted loudly, pulling the old man's sleeve. Tears kept falling from his big eyes, and he was heartbroken. His parents had passed away 2 years ago. It was the old man who had been taking care of him. Now he had died. Lin Tian knew that little Muchin was very sad, so he did not say anything and did not comfort him. How could he comfort him at this time? It would be better to let the little guy cry completely. Grandpa Zhou, don't die. Don't. Little Muchin threw himself on the old man and kept crying. Chapter 24-28. There were many celestial mountains near the main road, and the Saint Spirit Chi was very dense. Lin Tian brought little Muchin into one of the mountains. Ayo! Roar! Between the celestial mountains, the roars of beasts shook the sky, and the demonic chi was extremely dense. In the blink of an eye, a powerful 6th-dimensional realm demonic beast pounced towards them. However, just as it was about to pounce, the powerful 6th-dimensional realm demonic beast trembled violently and fell to the ground like a frightened puppy. It was frightened by the powerful pressure that naturally surrounded his body, and it didn't dare to move. He didn't pay any attention to the trembling demonic beast. He walked through the mountains and soon found a small valley. There were many green plants in the valley, and it was very quiet. He walked into the valley and placed little Muchin on a big rock in the valley, then sat quietly to the side. Time passed little by little. Soon, half a day had passed, and little Muchin woke up from his coma. Grandpa Zhou, the little guy seemed to be having a nightmare. The moment he woke up, he stood up abruptly and said these 3 words. Lin Tian stood to the side and watched the little guy wake up. He handed a space ceramic container to the little guy. The container was about 1 inch tall. Without needing him to say anything, the little guy immediately trembled and understood that it contained the old man's ashes. He trembled and took the container, tears dripping down his face as he tightly hugged the inch-tall container. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He let the little guy cry and quietly stood to the side. Soon, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the little guy hugged the space containing the old man's ashes. At first, he kept crying, but when his tears dried up, he was in a daze. He hugged the space container and shrank to the side as if he had lost himself. Lin Tian looked at the little fellow in silence. At the same time, he was also moved by something else. This little fellow did not have a shred of cultivation base, and in the past 7 days he had not eaten a single drop of water or any food. Yet he was still alive and well. He knew that this might be because the 7th dimensional spirit dimension was higher, but more importantly, it was related to the little guy's desolate heaven bloodline. After awakening that bloodline, even if the little guy hadn't stepped on the path of cultivation, he could already survive without eating or drinking. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. 7 days later, on this day, the dullness in little Mu Chen's eyes dissipated a lot, and tears dripped down his cheeks. Immediately, the little fellow wiped away her tears, walked down from the big rock, and knelt down in front of Lin Tian. Please enlighten me on my cultivation. The little guy hugged the space container that contained the old man's ashes and pressed his forehead against the ground. In fact, there were ancient scriptures passed down in the clan, but after the clan was destroyed, the ancient scriptures passed down had been taken away. Lin Tian had roughly guessed this as well. He raised his right hand slightly, and a gentle saint power lifted the little one up. He looked at the little fellow, a 6-year-old child with tear stains on his cheeks and determination in his eyes. At the same time, it was filled with hatred. Regarding this, he didn't say anything. His family had been annihilated, and the elders who had always taken care of him had died tragically in order to protect him. Who wouldn't have hatred in their hearts? Back then, when he was only 5 years old, he had already shouldered a similar hatred. He naturally understood the feelings of the little fellow. He understood very well. He raised his hand, and a 9-colored saint light enveloped the little fellow. A moment later, he discovered that the little fellow's bloodline was really incomparably powerful. Generally speaking, a 6-year-old child was not suitable for cultivation. If they insisted on cultivating, they would need special guidance. However, the little fellow's powerful bloodline made his physical body as strong as a great path cultivator's. There was no need for any guidance at all, and he could cultivate at this age. After a pause, he pointed his sword finger at the little fellow's forehead and passed the chaotic heavens sword scripture to the little fellow. This ancient scripture was an ancient scripture passed down in the chaotic heavens sword pavilion in the 6th-dimensional world. It was a 6th-dimensional ancient scripture, and it contained cultivation techniques, mysterious movement techniques, and many wonderful killing sword techniques. It was definitely a good ancient scripture for cultivation and was suitable for the little fellow to cultivate. At the same time, he used his powerful divine thought to personally demonstrate the various great path ancient techniques to the little fellow, so that the little fellow could understand it faster. As for the little fellow, with the support of the desolate heaven bloodline, his comprehension ability was naturally astonishing. He quickly integrated the entire ancient scripture and began to circulate the chaotic heavens ancient scripture on his own to cultivate, causing the surrounding saint's spirit chi to surge towards him. Then his essence, energy, and cultivation began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the body refinement realm, breaking all the way into the 9th heaven of body refinement realm. At the same time, his bloodline boiled, and a thick, dark, gray saint light intertwined from his bloodline, causing the surrounding space to distort. Moreover, there was even a faint, desolate, great world that appeared behind him. Desolate heaven laws. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a wisp of light intertwined. As the little fellow began to cultivate, his desolate heaven bloodline began to boil, and the desolate heaven laws contained in his bloodline began to intertwine. It seemed that he would soon be able to control them. He couldn't help but be moved. Back then, the desolate saint was really amazing. He had refined the desolate heaven laws into every inch of his flesh, blood, origin source, spirit, and blood essence, turning them into the desolate heaven bloodline. After the later generations awakened this bloodline and embarked on the path of cultivation, they could directly guide the power of the laws contained in their bloodline. It was simply terrifying. Little fellow, don't cultivate for the time being. Focus on comprehending the power of the dark gray saint light that is gushing out from your bloodline, he said to little Mu Chin. At the same time, his eyes intertwined with light. He guided the desolate heaven laws in little Mu Chen's bloodline so that the little fellow could more easily comprehend them. He also fixed his eyes on the dark gray saint light that was gushing out from little Mu Chen's body. Time flew by and an hour passed. Strands of dark gray saint light intertwined outside his body. This made little Mu Chen's body tremble violently while he was comprehending the desolate heaven laws in his bloodline. This was clearly the desolate heaven laws. Don't be distracted, Lin Tian said, continuing to guide the desolate heaven bloodline for the little fellow. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, he had been guiding the desolate heaven laws in little Mu Chen's bloodline. He only stopped when the little fellow was able to comprehend them on his own. He pushed the little fellow to the side of a large rock and sat down, allowing the little fellow to comprehend the power on his own. Sitting by the large rock, strands of dark gray light surrounded his body, causing the surrounding space to sizzle. 7-dimensional world, outside, failed. Immortal palaces and divine pavilions were laid out horizontally. In an ancient palace, a middle-aged man smashed an ancient wooden table with a bang. In the large ancient palace, there was a silent soul-class pressure intertwined, and the aura was terrifying. We investigated. We were about to succeed, but we were stopped by a young man. There were more than 10 people in the palace. They projected a divine sense imprint with Lin Tian's appearance on it. This person's cultivation is not high. It is said that he is only in the 6th-dimensional realm, but he seems to be in control of an extremely terrifying saint sword. It was by relying on that sword that he was able to kill all the people sent by my clan with his 6th-dimensional realm cultivation. The people from other clans were also killed. Half a month ago, when Lin Tian killed the dozens of people who had chased after Old Man Zhou and Little Mu Chin, there were many cultivators on the nearby main road who had seen that scene. After that, the matter naturally spread out. A 6th-dimensional realm cultivator who can easily kill solitary god realm experts with a single artifact. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and a cold light intertwined within them. He opened his mouth and said coldly, "Go investigate. Find him for me." With a 6th-dimensional realm cultivation, he could easily kill dozens of solitary god realm experts with just a single saint sword. What kind of feeling was this? There was still the solitary god realm in between. In that case, the Sex Saint sword was at least a silent soul-class artifact. Their clan only had one such artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Once they found Lin Tian and seized it, their clan strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, the descendant of the Desolate Saint, in his opinion, should be the same as Lin Tianyi. As long as they found Lin Tian, it would mean that Deng Ruo had found the descendant of the Desolate Saint and found the desolate heaven bloodline. Yes, the 10 people in the palace immediately retreated and then led many experts into the clan's residence. At the same time, in the other 6 regions of the 7th dimension, many experts from different clans and sects stepped out one after another and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the valley of the Celestial Mountain, Lin Tian casually sat on a large rock in the valley. Dark, gray strands of saint light surrounded his body, and as time passed, it became thicker and thicker. Then, a desolate, illusory world appeared behind him. It was barren inside, and yellow sand was everywhere. Even the scorching sun in the sky was covered and shrouded by dark clouds. It seemed illusory, but it also seemed real. It was mixed with an extremely dense power of law that seemed to be able to turn everything into a barren land. Then, in the next moment, the dark gray light around his body dissipated. Very strong, he muttered to himself, and a light flashed in his eyes. He had helped little Mu Chin to guide his desolate heaven bloodline. Seeing the desolate heaven laws intertwined in his bloodline, he began to comprehend them. An hour later, he was able to control them in his hands. After that, he began to deduce them and cultivated them to the large success stage. This was the potential he now had after unsealing the 6th layer of soul root. Even if it was an obscure and powerful 7th dimension law, as long as he saw it, he could control it in the blink of an eye. He was naturally a little shocked by the desolate heaven law he had mastered because it was really powerful. Once such a law was used, it could almost instantly deprive all living things of their vitality. It was similar to the eternal divine path of life and death. But the power it possessed was far from what life and death could compare to. With this in mind, he did not pay too much attention to it. While watching little Mu-Chin seriously comprehending the desolate heaven law in the valley and guarding him, he also took the initiative to circulate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, drawing in rich spiritual power and Tao power. It madly surged into his body and was refined by the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. His entire spirit, chi and spirit rose with each strand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a full month had passed. He cultivated while guarding little Mu-Chin. The dark gray saint light around the little guy's body began to stabilize, circling around him like a water spirit. I can barely control it. Chapter 24-29. A 6-year-old child had now grasped the desolate heaven laws. Although it was a little forced, it was still extremely terrifying. After all, he was only 6 years old. Under normal circumstances, a 6-year-old child could not even embark on the path of cultivation, let alone grasp a powerful 7th dimensional law like the desolate heaven laws. This made Lin Tian somewhat moved by the desolate heaven bloodline. Although the little guy was able to grasp the desolate heaven laws in a short period of time, a large part of the reason was because of his guidance. It was still very shocking. Outside little Mu-Cin's body, dark gray light intertwined as the desolate heaven laws jumped. After a while, they gradually disappeared into his body. Following that, the light outside his body also dissipated. "Thank you, Master." The little guy came in front of Lin Tian and knelt down again, kowtowing to Lin Tian. His forehead touched the ground every time. Although he was only 6 years old, the little guy knew a lot of things. Lin Tian taught him cultivation, so he was naturally his master. Lin Tian was taken aback before nodding. He lifted little Mu-Cin up with a gentle holy light and wiped the dust off his forehead. "You are my 3rd disciple. You have a senior brother and a senior sister. I will introduce you to them in the future." He smiled at the little guy. It could be said that the little guy was the most similar to him in the past. He had originally planned to take him in as a disciple. Little Mu-Cin nodded seriously. Okay, continue cultivating. I will protect you." Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head and said, "Although it's not good to raise your cultivation realm too much in one go, and it will cause your foundation to be unstable. Your desolate heaven bloodline has already awakened, and you can barely control the desolate heaven laws. It has already made your physique very strong. Cultivating to the great Tao level in one go will not have any impact on your foundation. In the 4-dimensional world, even ordinary creatures in the void realm could easily cultivate to the great Tao realm. It was like drinking water because the psionic energy in the air was very rich. And now, little Mu-Cin was in the 7th dimensional world. The psionic energy in the air was at least 1,000,000 times that of the 4-dimensional world. In addition, little Mu-Cin had the desolate heaven bloodline and could control the desolate heaven laws. With all these conditions added together, it was very easy for the little guy to cultivate to the great Tao realm. According to his estimates, the little guy could reach the great Tao realm from the tempered body realm in a month at most. "Yes, Master." Little Mu-Cin was very obedient. After a pause, he looked up at Lin Tian and asked, "Master, was that the desolate heaven laws from before?" Previously, he had seen dark gray beams of light intertwining around Lin Tian's body. They were intertwined with the aura of the desolate heaven laws. Lin Tian smiled and raised his right hand slightly. A dark gray light intertwined and condensed into a dark gray ball of light. Rich waves of desolate heaven laws intertwined with each other. I have gained some insight into the desolate heaven laws manifested by your bloodline. Now, I have reached the large success stage in controlling them, he said. With that said, he flicked his finger as a faint beam of light entered little Mu Chen's consciousness. It was his perception of the desolate heaven laws. The essence of cultivating such laws was definitely useful to little Mu Chen. Thank you, Master. Little Mu Chen's eyes could not help but fluctuate violently. Master, you are so powerful. Even though he was still very young, he knew how difficult it was for people without the desolate heaven bloodline to control the desolate heaven bloodline. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, his master had simply looked at the aura of the desolate heaven laws intertwined in his bloodline and was able to control the laws of the seventh dimension. Now he had reached the large success stage and was teaching him how to better understand the desolate heaven laws. This made it difficult for little Mu Chen to calm down. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head again and said, "Go and cultivate. I will stand guard here for you." Okay. Little Mu Chen nodded and walked to the side to cultivate. His eyes were even more determined. Occasionally, hatred would intertwine in his eyes. He wanted to work hard to become stronger with his master. He wanted to avenge his dead clansmen and Grandpa Zhou, who had always been by his side. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock by the side. As he stood guard for little Mu Chen, he also cultivated seriously. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed. Dong! Half a day later, on this day, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared in the sky, rumbling and rumbling. Lin Tian looked up at the lightning vortex, and then looked at little Mu Chen. Divine Pulse Realm Lightning Punishment. Looking at little Mu Chen, he whispered, "This should be the first person to experience the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment when he broke through from the body refinement realm to the divine pulse realm." Under his guidance, little Mu Chen had already mastered the desolate heaven laws. Now he had broken through from the body refinement realm to the divine pulse realm. He had crossed a major realm and attracted the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment. Dong! The sky exploded and thunder rumbled. It was deafening. However, the aura was very weak. After all, it was only the divine pulse realm lightning punishment. Use the lightning punishment to temper your body. Let it strike you and use its lightning power to cultivate, he said to little Mu Chen. After little Mu Chen had awakened his desolate heaven bloodline, his physical body was now comparable to a great virtue realm expert. Under such heavenly punishment, there would not be any problems, even if he was struck by heavenly lightning. There was no need to worry at all. During this process, the benefits of using the lightning power of heaven and earth to cultivate were great. Yes, Master. Although little Mu Chen was only 6 years old, he was not afraid of this lightning punishment at all. His eyes were filled with determination. According to Lin Tian's words, his small body allowed the lightning to strike him and drown him. Then he used the lightning power to cultivate. Lin Tian watched from the side and nodded secretly. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew in more saint spirit chi for cultivation. Boom! Thunder rumbled and kept striking. Soon it dissipated and 7-colored, auspicious clouds condensed. The gift after the heavenly tribulation is the pure power of heaven and earth. Use it to stabilize your divine pulse realm cultivation. Use it to cultivate. Lin Tian said and imparted the knowledge of the heavenly tribulation to the little guy. Yes, Master. Little Mu Chen obediently did as he was told. Time passed quickly. The little guy worked hard to cultivate. Every few days, there would be a lightning vortex in the valley, and he would experience the lightning punishment again and again. Then 29 days passed, just as Lin Tian had expected. Little Mu Chen had survived another heavenly punishment, and his cultivation had reached the great virtue realm. That's all for now. On this day, Lin Tian stopped cultivating and stood up. He called out to little Mu Chen and walked out of the valley, including teaching little Mu-Chin cultivation. More than 2 months had passed. While he was guarding little Mu-Chin, he was also cultivating. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-dimensional realm from the middle stage. He could step into the solitary space realm after the 6th-dimensional realm at any time. Now he was ready to find a more suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. After all, his solitary space realm, heavenly tribulation, was not comparable to the heavenly tribulations that little Mu-Chin had experienced before. Once he started to undergo the heavenly tribulation, the entire celestial mountain would suffer. There were many other creatures in the celestial mountain. Once he underwent the heavenly tribulation here, it would inevitably cause many of the creatures in the celestial mountain to suffer. Naturally, he had to find another place. Soon, he left the celestial mountain with little Mu-Chin. Soon, he found a relatively empty bathing area. With his powerful divine sense, he scanned the area and found that there were no other creatures around. It was very suitable for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation. "Stay away from here," he said to little Mu-Chin. It wasn't until little Mu-Chin retreated far enough that he vibrated his aura and stepped into the solitary space realm. In an instant, the sky in this place turned pitch black, and a huge lightning vortex intertwined. Black lightning intertwined in it, like a destructive, angry dragon. A destructive aura came down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Soon, the first round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. This was a vast sea of lightning. It was completely condensed from lightning, as if it really existed. Lin Tian did not dodge, allowing the heavenly tribulation to strike his body. At the same time, he took out the samsara sword to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled, and the heavenly tribulation continued to fall. It was not until more than 3,000 rounds of the heavenly tribulation had fallen that the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Colorful clouds appeared, and the sky was filled with colorful rays of light. Lin Tian used it to consolidate his solitary space realm cultivation. At the same time, he reconstructed the samsara sword that had been shattered by the heavenly tribulation. There were more heavenly lightning runes on it, intertwining with an extremely strong aura. He put the samsara sword back into his body, and the colorful clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, disappearing without a trace. This place, this vast swamp area, had been charred black by the solitary void realm's heavenly punishment. There was not a single piece of land that was intact. He sensed his body. He had unsealed 6 levels of his soul root, stepped into the solitary void realm, and mastered the desolate heaven's laws. Now he could kill a solitary god-level expert just by relying on his own strength. At the same time, the 3-dimensional world in his body was like his divine origin weapon. After his cultivation increased by a large realm, it also became stronger. If the power of this 3-dimensional world was included with his current cultivation, he could even kill a powerhouse at the end of the Silent Soul realm. Under the 7th dimension, he could be invincible. Can I imprint the dimensional laws into the 3-dimensional world, like time? Can I make it undergo another qualitative change? He suddenly came up with such an idea. Then he felt that he could give it a try. If he succeeded, it would definitely be an amazing thing. After a pause, he glanced around and did not stay for too long. He took a step forward and approached little Mukin, who was waiting for him in the distance. "Let's go," he said to little Mukin, and pulled the little guy into the distance. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the heavenly tribulation. "Master, where are we going now?" little Mukin asked. Lin Tiandao replied, "Let's find a hidden place. Master is going to do some..." Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical fluctuation of saint energy emerged. In the northeast direction, a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards him. At the same time, almost at the same time, a dozen figures appeared in 6 other directions. Each of them was surrounded by an extremely amazing aura. All of them were powerful existences at the end of the silent God realm. In the blink of an eye, 7 figures appeared in 7 different directions. Found it! Chapter 2430. There were more than 10 people coming from 7 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Lin Tian and Mu Qin. Little Mu Qin looked at these people with deep hatred in his eyes. 7 directions. The people who were rushing over belonged to the Blood Devil Hall, the Great Moon Family, the Sealed Ghost City, the Evil Fury Palace, the Green Divine Immortal School, the 10,000 Slaughter Divine Pavilion, and the Purple Rainbow Dao Palace. These were the 7 great powers that had annihilated his family and killed Old Man Zhou, who had always accompanied and taken care of him. Lin Tian looked at little Mu Qin beside him and swept a glance at the approaching people. "Take him down!" A cold voice sounded immediately. The people from the 7 major factions were on guard against the people from the other major factions. At the same time, they attacked at the same time. Murderous lights filled the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. A few days ago, the 7 major factions had been searching for Lin Tian's traces. Not long ago, Lin Tian had gone out to undergo a tribulation. Someone had seen his figure. Naturally, the people from the 7 major factions had tracked him down and killed their way here. Rumble. These people were all at the peak of the Lone God realm. When they attacked together, the power was terrifying and extremely tyrannical. The violent killing force swept straight towards Lin Tian. At the same time, someone grabbed at little Mu Qin, who was beside Lin Tian. In the end, they were mainly here for the desolate Heaven bloodline. Facing these people's attacks, Lin Tian's expression did not change. The dark, gray sacred light interweaved around his body and directly annihilated the large amount of sacred light that surged towards him. Then, the dark, gray sacred light drowned the person at the front. Ah! The person screamed and struggled in horror. The sacred light around his body was violent as he tried to break free from the dark, gray sacred light. However, it was useless. The dark, gray sacred light merged into his body, causing his body to dry up at an extremely fast speed. Then, in the blink of an eye, his body completely weathered and turned into a dried corpse. Then, with a whoosh, it shattered into dust and dissipated into the sky. This is desolate heaven laws. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in this place changed. Their faces all became filled with shock. Lin Tian had mastered the desolate heaven laws. You've already taken his bloodline. An expert from Sealed Ghost City was furious. Controlling the desolate heaven laws was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This person immediately believed that Lin Tian must have snatched little Mu Chen's desolate heaven bloodline to control the laws of the 7th dimension. As for why little Mu Chen, whose bloodline had been taken away, was still alive, he did not care. All he cared about was the desolate heaven bloodline. Once such a bloodline was taken away and given to another person, it would be useless for others to take it away again. They had been constantly pursuing the desolate heaven bloodline, but now it had been snatched away by someone else. You are not allowed to insult my master. Before Lin Tian could speak, little Mu Qin spoke up. He stared at these people with anger and hatred, clenching his fists. Master is different from you. Master relied on himself to control it. The people in front of him were his enemies, and now they were slandering his master. The little guy was extremely angry. His desolate heaven bloodline boiled as the dark, gray, desolate heaven laws intertwined with his anger, causing the void to vibrate constantly. Such a scene caused the expressions of the people from the 7 factions to change drastically as they trembled violently. Following little Mu Chen's anger, they realized that the 6-year-old little Mu Chen had already mastered the desolate heaven laws. His desolate heaven bloodline still existed and had not been taken away. As such, Lin Tian had truly relied on himself to control the 7th dimension laws of the desolate heaven. To be able to control the 7th dimension laws, there were only a handful of people in the history of the 7 dimensions. A person who could control the 7th dimension laws was enough to shake the entire 7 dimensions. You Instantly, these people's faces could not help but turn pale. But very quickly, these people's expressions turned even colder. We have more people, and our cultivation levels are far higher than his. Even if he has mastered the seventh dimension laws and has a sacred sword that is suspected to be a silent soul-grade artifact, he won't be able to do anything to us if we attack together. One of them said, "Let's cooperate and use all our strength to suppress and kill him. After that, we will fight for his sacred sword and desolate heaven bloodline. How about it?" Sure. The others nodded in succession. This was the best solution at the moment. Immediately, the group attacked Lin Tian again. However, this time, the group began to consciously cooperate. As such, the group's attacks were clearly much stronger than before. The space in all directions was completely sealed. This attack was somewhat fierce and extremely terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. The large success stage Desolate Heaven laws surged as the Samsara Tempering Mind technique was activated, stacking 20 times his combat strength. At the same time, the indestructible laws were activated as well, increasing the power of the Desolate Heaven laws. A desolate, great world immediately appeared. This was the manifestation of the large success stage of the Desolate Heaven laws. Under his will, the desolate, great world came crashing down. He had unsealed his sixth-layer soul root. Now he was using all his strength. Chi, chi, chi. Soft sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of nearly 100 experts were annihilated. At the same time, the desolate, great world formed by the Desolate Heaven laws came crashing down, directly enveloping 3 of them. The 3 were horrified. They immediately struggled violently, trying to escape from the desolate, great world. However, it was useless. They could not break free at all. Their life auras were drained at an extremely fast speed, and their bodies withered in the blink of an eye. No. Mournful and despairing screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, the life auras of the 3 people enveloped in the desolate, great world were completely drained, and their souls were shattered along with them. For a moment, the others were horrified. Some time ago, it was said that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the 6th dimensional level, but a few months later, he had reached the Silent Void realm and had mastered the Desolate Heaven laws. At this time, without using the suspected silent soul-grade artifact, he had killed several experts at the end of the Silent God realm. What kind of combat strength was this? After this, if Lin Tian used the suspected silent soul-grade artifact, how powerful would it be? In an instant, a sense of horror rose in the hearts of these people. They retreated at the same time, fleeing into the distance. They were not ordinary people. After a short confrontation, they naturally understood the difference in combat strength between them and Lin Tian. Originally, when they came here, they were told that Lin Tian was only at the 6th dimensional realm and that he had a holy sword that was suspected to be a silent soul artifact. With their cultivation at the end of the Silent God realm, they would definitely be able to suppress such a battle prowess. However, when they arrived here, they realized that this information was wrong. Lin Tian had reached the Silent Void realm and had mastered the legendary 7th dimensional Desolate Heaven laws. In the blink of an eye, he had killed several of them. The difference in combat strength was too great and completely different from what they had estimated. In an instant, nearly 100 people fled far away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian watched these people flee without any change in his expression. The Desolate Heaven laws turned into a storm and pressed down. At the same time, the 3-dimensional world in his body trembled, and the 3-dimensional world's power quickly condensed into a sword of heaven and earth. Clang! Following the Desolate Heaven laws, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and slashed out 9 times in a row. Every slash of these 9 slashes was accompanied by a sky full of sword blades. With the Desolate Heaven laws sealing off the escape route of the group, the slashes enveloped the people from the 7 major factions in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screams were heard immediately, and blood mist exploded one after another. Nearly 100 experts were destroyed in the blink of an eye. This place became much quieter in an instant. Little Muchin looked at this scene and was not afraid. Instead, he clenched his fists. These were all his enemies. "Let's go." Lin Tian put away the sword of heaven and earth and said to the little guy, "Master, when can I be as strong as you?" The little guy asked him. Lin Tian was stunned, and then he smiled. "Believe in Master, it won't be long." Including the three-dimensional world, his current peak combat strength was invincible under the seventh dimensional realm. With little Mu Chen's desolate heaven bloodline, it would take him at most 500 years in the seventh dimensional realm to reach his current height with some heavenly treasures. 500 years was a long time for ordinary people, but for cultivators it was really nothing. He did not stay there and left with little Mu Chen. Half a month later, he found a place with rich saint spirit chi and was relatively hidden. "You can continue to cultivate," he said to little Mu Chen, took out some extraordinary heavenly treasures and rare baodan from his body, and handed them to little Mu Chen. With little Mu Chen's physique and his current realm, half a month's time was enough for him to settle down and adjust. "Thank you, Master." Little Mu Chen took some heavenly treasures and rare baodan that Lin Tian handed to him. His eyes were very firm, and he silently walked to the side and began to cultivate. Lin Tian sat on the side, guarding the little guy, while using part of his divine sense to invade his body. He came to the three-dimensional world in his body and condensed a divine sense incarnation. After a few years of transformation, every corner of the three-dimensional world now had fluctuations of time, and the spirit chi intertwined in the air was thicker than before. He stood in this world as a manifestation of his consciousness. The great mastery of the laws of destiny began to interweave from his body, branding towards this three-dimensional world. He hoped to brand it into this world as completely as he had done before. Buzz! The precept of destiny pulsed and circled around him, swaying in all directions, and then merged into nothingness. This caused a deep light to appear in his eyes. From this point, it could be seen that the precept of destiny could indeed integrate into this world like the precept of time. At that moment, he activated the precept of destiny and branded the precept of destiny Dao marks in this three-dimensional world. Then, the huge three-dimensional world immediately trembled, and wisps of destiny aura began to intertwine in all directions. Very good. The light in his eyes became even brighter. The precept of destiny's origin, Dao marks, had perfectly integrated into this world. After that, the fluctuations of destiny would quickly intertwine in every corner of this world, so that this world would have the power of destiny. At that time, this world would definitely undergo a qualitative change, and his power would become even stronger as a result. Eternity, immortality, star creation, Tao-defying, dark light, barren heaven. Chapter 2431. The law of destiny could be successfully integrated into the three-dimensional world, which allowed Lin Tianyi to see a new door. In the four-dimensional world and above, each world was very powerful because of its special law of dimension. The more powerful the law of dimension, the stronger the psionic power and Tao power of the world. Only the law of reincarnation was a little special. Although the foundation of reincarnation existed in the four-dimensional world, the psionic power and Tao power of the four-dimensional world could not be compared to the world above. It was only the size of the territory, but it was far more vast than the worlds above. Lin Tian now mastered the law of reincarnation, the law of destiny, the law of all beginnings, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of inverse, the law of star creation, and the law of desolate heaven. Except for the law of reincarnation, which was not fully mastered, the other law of dimension could be integrated into the three-dimensional world, which was bound to make the three-dimensional world transform again and again. To put it simply, if he were to perfectly integrate the law of beginning, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of Tao defying, and the law of star creation into the three-dimensional world. And given a certain amount of time, the three-dimensional world in his body might grow into a world even more amazing than the five-dimensional world. How much would his strength increase by then? Without a doubt, a lot. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's eyes shone brighter. He took a deep breath and imprinted the law of all beginnings, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of inverse, the law of star creation, and the law of desolate heaven into the three-dimensional world one by one. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, he had integrated all the dimensional laws that he had mastered into the three-dimensional world, except for the reincarnation cycle. It seemed that he had not interweaved them into every corner of the three-dimensional world, but he had still caused an extraordinary change in this world, and the spiritual energy had clearly become denser. It will take at least 100 years to make these law of dimension completely interweave into every corner of this world and make this world have these law of dimension. He said to himself, "Boom!" Outside, the sky shook and a thunder vortex emerged. He withdrew his divine sense from the three-dimensional world and looked not far away. 3 months later, with the help of some heavenly and earthly treasures and baodan that he gave, little Mu-Chin reached the golden immortal realm. At this time, a golden immortal level, heavenly tribulation descended. Not bad. The baodan heavenly treasures and earthly treasures that he had given to the little fellow previously corresponded to the little fellow's current cultivation base. He did not give the little fellow heavenly treasures or six-dimensional heavenly treasures and earthly treasures at the beginning. Now, after 3 months, the little fellow was able to reach the golden immortal realm. Half of it was due to these heavenly treasures, and the other half was due to her bloodline and her own hard work. Of course, it was also because the seven-dimensional world itself was very suitable for cultivation. The Holy Spirit Chi was too amazing. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and continued to descend. Little Mu-Chin was crossing the tribulation, forcibly bearing the thunder punishment and using the thunder power of the thunder punishment to cultivate. Even when his body was smashed into a bloody mess, he didn't cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and endured, enduring one destructive bolt after another. Lin Tian watched from the side and nodded secretly. It was really good for a 6-year-old child to be able to endure such hardships. Of course, he also felt some heartache because he knew very well that the little fellow was supporting herself with hatred for revenge. In the end, his third disciple was still very young after all, only 6 years old. Rumble. Thunder roared in the sky, and one after another descended. Soon, this golden immortal level, heavenly tribulation was over. Little Mu-Chin used the 7-colored auspicious clouds after the tribulation to strengthen his body and stabilize his realm. "Master, should I continue to cultivate?" After the 7-colored auspicious clouds, the little fellow asked Lin Tian. "Not for the time being. Come to Master," he said to the little fellow. Little Mu-Chin was very obedient. With some dust left behind from the tribulation on his body, he quickly came to Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked the little fellow to sit beside him and patted the dust off his body. Then wisps of pure reincarnation origin light surged out from his body and entered the little fellow's body bit by bit, helping to improve the little fellow's physique. The little fellow's desolate heaven bloodline was very powerful. It was even many times stronger than his second senior brother's chaotic body. However, it was not very good to bear such a bloodline at such a young age. It was a bit of a burden on the body. Now he was using the reincarnation origin light to tidy up the little fellow's body. It could make the little fellow's physique stronger and allow the bloodline power to better adapt. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Yes, very comfortable. Thank you, Master." Little Mu-Chin nodded. As the reincarnation origin light surged in, he felt his body suddenly become tens of thousands of times more comfortable. Then he asked curiously, "Master, what is this light? It seems like the desolate heaven law in my body is afraid." Although he was a cultivator, the little fellow was still young and did not come into contact with many things. He did not understand reincarnation and could not sense what kind of power this was. Reincarnation is a very special power. I am using it to tidy up your physique so that your bloodline can better adapt to your body and better stimulate your strength. Lin Tian smiled and did not explain further. Oh, little Mu Qin nodded again. As he had never come into contact with reincarnation and had not read about it in ancient books, he did not know how terrifying reincarnation was. Now he could not understand how terrifying Lin Tian, who controlled reincarnation, was. He said obediently, "Thank you, Master. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. I will definitely not disappoint Master." As he said this, the little fellow's eyes could not help but reveal hatred. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. The Blood Demon Hall, Great Moon Family Clan, Ghostlock City, Heaven Fiend Palace, Green Immortal Sect, 10,000 Slaughter Divine Pavilion, and Purple Rainbow Tao Abode. These 7 great factions had annihilated his family and killed Grandpa Zhou, who had accompanied and taken care of him. He wanted revenge. Lin Tian naturally saw the unconcealable hatred in the little fellow's eyes. That kind of hatred was too heavy and too tiring for a 6-year-old child to bear. As his master, he felt somewhat distressed when he saw this. However, even though he felt sorry for the little fellow, he did not say anything about it. This was because he had experienced something similar in the past, and he knew very well that this kind of hatred could not be diluted before the 7 great forces were destroyed. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he could actually directly annihilate the 7 great forces. However, he did not plan to do so because he knew very well that the little fellow wanted to rely on her own strength to personally destroy them in the future. Just like his teacher, back then when he wanted to kill Luan Hui Wang and the others, he could actually do it with just a thought. However, he didn't do it because he knew that Yi Shiwen wanted to personally take revenge. He just silently protected Yi Shiwen from behind, allowing Yi Shiwen to constantly train and grow. In the end, Yi Shiwen personally destroyed Luan Hui Wang and the others, personally ending the blood feud. He had the little fellow sit quietly before him while he used the light from the origin of samsara to gently adjust the little fellow's constitution. He only stopped after 7 days, causing the little fellow's constitution to undergo a total of 9 qualitative changes during those 7 days. Go to the nearby mountain range to find demonic beasts to gain experience. With your current cultivation and combat strength, you can find some Immortal King level demonic beasts to be your opponents because you have mastered the Desolate Heaven Law. 7 days later, he said to little Mukin, "Don't worry. On the path of cultivation, although the cultivation realm was the most important, actual combat was also very important. It could hone one's own combat strength and accumulate combat experience." Little Mukin nodded and asked, "Master, what about you?" "Master will be here, doing some other things." Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head and said, "Go, don't be afraid during the battle. Master will always be watching you." "Okay." Little Mukin nodded and immediately walked outside. According to Lin Tian's request, he went to the nearby area to seek demonic beasts to gain experience. Lin Tian watched the little fellow leave and paused for a moment. Wisps of divine light shone in his eyes. Next, he muttered to himself, dissolving soul, earth, sky, memory truth, stripping, and chaos reversal. He had read many ancient books in the 6th dimension, and some of them recorded the dimensional laws of the upper dimension. Dissolving soul, earth, sky, memory truth, stripping, and chaos reversal were the other 6 7th dimensional laws in the 7th dimension, excluding the Desolate Heaven Law. The dissolving soul law was similar to his reincarnation soul slaying technique. It could directly penetrate the physical body and attack the spirit. At the same time, by controlling this law, the controller's spirit would be nourished by the dissolving soul law over time, becoming stronger and stronger until it was indestructible. The earth law controlled the earth. No matter where one was, one could freely mobilize the power of thousands of miles of territory for one's own use. It was incomparably powerful. The sky law controlled the sky. One could freely mobilize the power of the sky, turning the sky into the best battlefield for oneself. The memory law could use this law to turn everything in one's memory into reality, creating a law of creation. The stripping soul law could seize the power of others, weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself at the same time, carrying out a crushing massacre. The chaos reversal law could disrupt order, Tao, and all other forces. It could even interfere with the flow of time. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, he closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he began to comprehend these 6 laws in this place. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Blue light intertwined around his body, causing his soul power to be at least 10 times stronger in an instant. Moreover, as time passed, it became more and more powerful. Dissolving soul. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself. In 6 days, he had mastered the dissolving soul law. Without opening his eyes, he continued to perfect the dissolving soul law while continuing to comprehend the other 5 seventh-dimensional laws. Time continued to pass. Beside him, the earth trembled slightly, the sky trembled slightly, and the air trembled in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Chapter 2432. With the 7 seven-dimensional laws in his grasp, Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than it had been a month ago. His essence, energy, and spirit were even more intimidating. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded to himself. With the 7 seven-dimensional laws in his grasp, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had increased by a lot. I need to perfect it. He muttered to himself and did not get up. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the 7 seven-dimensional laws under his control. Now, of the 7 seven-dimensional laws he had mastered, other than the desolate heaven laws that he had mastered to the large success stage, he had only mastered the other 6 seven-dimensional laws. He had yet to cultivate them to the large success stage, so he needed to further deduce and comprehend them. As such, time passed, and in a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Another month later, his essence, energy, and spirit were even thicker. He had mastered all the 7-dimensional laws to the large success stage. Next, he still did not get up. A portion of his consciousness had fused into the 3-dimensional world in his body, transforming into a consciousness avatar. He imprinted the other 6 7-dimensional laws, excluding the desolate heaven laws, into the 3-dimensional world. Only after another month had passed was this matter considered complete. It made the 3-dimensional world clearly stronger. Very good. Looking at the 3-dimensional world he had created that was constantly strengthening, the light in his eyes intensified as he felt a sense of accomplishment. Following that, this portion of his consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes and stood up. After that, I will find some time to return to the 6-dimensional world and master the 6 six-dimensional laws. I will then control space-time and karma and fuse them together. Among the dimensional laws of the 8-dimensional world, he still had the karma laws of the 4-dimensional world and the space-time laws of the 4-dimensional world, as well as the 6 types of 6-dimensional laws of the 6-dimensional world that he had yet to master. To master them was an extremely simple matter for him now. He planned to find some time to return to these 2 worlds and master them together before integrating them into the 3-dimensional world. As for the 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional worlds below, he had never considered them. These 2 worlds did not have dimensional laws at all, and they did not even have dimensional hearts. This was because, fundamentally speaking, they could not be considered worlds, and they could not even be considered space. There was no life in them, and there was no time. It was very difficult for ordinary creatures to enter. He paused in his original spot and walked out of this place. He walked towards the southeast direction, and soon he had walked far away and arrived in front of a depression. Roar! Clang! The roars of the demonic beasts and the ear-piercing hum of the sword reverberated in the concave ground. Outside little Mu Chen's body, sword beams appeared. Although his body was small, the sword aura he emitted was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there were dark, gray, desolate heaven dharma intertwining outside his body. One person was fighting against 9 ferocious beasts. Each beast had the combat strength of an immortal king. They were attacking little Mu-Chin from 9 different directions. Moreover, even further away, there were other immortal king-level demonic beasts walking over. Some of them had crimson eyes, some radiating shocking demonic light. Little Mu-Chen's body was stained with blood and he was injured, but his little face was extremely determined. He was not afraid of the fierce beasts around him that wanted to devour him. Instead, the sword power he exuded became sharper than before. Lin Tian came to this place and silently watched the little guy train. He nodded to himself. He was only 6 years old. Although part of the reason why he was not afraid of these ferocious beasts was because of his hatred, it was more because of his powerful fighting instincts. Even though he was constantly injured in the face of a terrifying opponent, he was still fearless. As expected of a descendant of the desolate saint who has awakened his desolate heaven bloodline, he can be said to be born to fight, he muttered to himself. Boom! At this moment, an extremely strong vibration suddenly came from the extreme north of the world, interrupting his muttering. He tilted his head and sensed in that direction, frowning slightly. In that direction, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a very terrifying aura coming out. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, that terrifying aura faded again. He looked in that direction, and after a moment he turned his head again, and his gaze continued to fall on little Mu-Chin, who was training. At this time, there were already more than 20 Immortal King-level ferocious beasts attacking little Mu-Chin together in the depression. The little guy's injuries had increased, and he was bleeding even more. However, his little face was still determined, and there was still no trace of fear. The clanging sound was endless. The little guy used the chaotic heaven sword scripture, and dense sword beams swept around like raindrops. Moreover, at the same time, the desolate heaven laws intertwined around him, defending and attacking at the same time. Lin Tian stood on the branch of a huge ancient tree, quietly watching the little guy fight. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra automatically circulated, absorbing the surrounding saint's spirit chi into his body and began to cultivate. Following the release of 6 layers of seals on his soul root and the control of all 7 types of laws in the 7th dimension, the speed at which he actively absorbed the saint's spirit chi was obviously much faster than before. For a time, the surging saint's spirit chi and the Tao of heaven and earth constantly surged into his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to increase bit by bit. Naturally, his cultivation also increased bit by bit. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days he stood on the ancient tree branch, watching little Mu-Chin while cultivating. His cultivation was approaching the middle stage of the silent void realm. Outside of the 7th dimension, in the extreme north of the 7th dimension, the space was very barren. It was completely a vast desert with only some shrubs growing. In the desert, there were hundreds of figures living here. There were the current masters of the 7 top orthodoxies of the 7th dimension, as well as the important figures of other great sects and some extremely strong, rogue cultivators. Hundreds of people lived here, looking at the area at the end of the desert that was filled with dark light, all of them frowning. The seal left by the desolate saint is weakening. There are extremely strong people from the 3 ancient clans attacking the seal outside. According to this trend, it won't be long before the seal is broken, and the 3 ancient clans, someone spoke with a solemn expression. This person did not finish his words, but in this place, everyone knew what he was going to say. Once the seal left by the desolate saint in this place was broken, the 3 ancient clans would naturally come out. At that time, the 7th dimension would probably not be peaceful. The 3 ancient clans wanted to enslave all the living beings in this world and dominate this world. The 3 ancient clans were extremely tyrannical, and each of them had at least 10 seventh-dimensional experts. Moreover, most of them were at the peak of the seventh-dimensional realm. This kind of strength was not something that the cultivation world of the seventh dimension could resist. In the entire seventh dimension, the 7 strongest orthodoxies only had one seventh-dimensional expert in each orthodoxy. Moreover, their cultivation was only at the early stage of the seventh-dimensional realm. As such, once the 3 ancient clans broke the seal and came out, they would definitely sweep across the seventh dimension. All the great sects and cultivators in the seventh dimension would either be slaughtered or be suppressed and turned into slaves. We are unable to complete the seal left by the desolate saint. If we continue to ignore it, the 3 ancient clans will soon break the seal and come out. One of them spoke. Now, there is only one way to stop them from coming out. This person said in a deep voice, with the flesh, soul, and origin of the descendant of the desolate saint who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline as a guide, we can strengthen the desolate saint's seal and restore it to its strongest state. It might even become even more resilient. Perhaps we can use this to trap the 3 ancient clans in the forbidden ancient demon zone behind us forever. As soon as this was said, the eyes of everyone in this place moved slightly, and they all nodded. This method is indeed feasible, someone said in a deep voice. The others did not speak, but they all nodded in agreement. Their gazes fell on the dark area at the end of the desert. The seal left by the desolate saint was in that area. The forbidden ancient demon zone was behind the seal left by the desolate saint. For a moment, the place was quiet. After a while, a golden-robed, middle-aged man spoke, spread the news of this matter to the entire seventh dimension. Let everyone in the seventh dimension know the current situation our world is facing. Together, we will find the boy who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Gantian divine sect. He was at the end of the silent soul realm. The Gantian divine sect was one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the seventh dimension. As this person spoke, the leaders of the other 6 top orthodoxies who came here nodded one after another. The other experts nodded in agreement. Yes, someone said. Then, on this day, millions of consciousness imprints were transmitted to the entire seventh dimension, causing the seventh dimension to be in an uproar. The seal there is about to break. How could this be? In the seventh dimension, the cultivators in the cultivation world were all shocked. According to the records in the ancient books, the 3 ancient clans sealed in the forbidden ancient demon zone were extremely terrifying. They were the source of disaster. Once the 3 ancient clans appeared, the seventh dimension would fall into darkness and blood would flow like rivers. All living beings in the seventh dimension would either be killed or enslaved. There was no third possibility. There is still a remedy. Find the descendant of the desolate saint who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. That person can strengthen the seal. Many cultivators in various regions began to move. Clang! In the seventh dimension, in the concave ground, a sharp sword whistled and the desolate heaven laws surged. Little Mu-Chin condensed a divine light sword and the desolate heaven laws vibrated. At this time, they faced 50 immortal king, level beasts together. Lin Tian stood in the distance, cultivating and watching quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month had passed. On this day, a roar came from his body and a tyrannical saint energy intertwined. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the silent void realm from the early stage of the silent void realm. He was very calm about this and was not surprised. This was because after controlling all the seventh dimension laws and integrating them into the third dimension, his cultivation was not far from the middle stage of the silent void realm. After half a month of serious cultivation, he naturally stepped into the middle stage of the silent void realm. He still stood on the branch of the ancient tree and sorted out his current cultivation realm. After 6 hours, He stopped and completely stabilized his cultivation at the middle stage of the Silent Void Realm. Roar! Chapter 2433. The ferocious beast was about 10 feet tall. It came from afar, and its majestic, demonic aura suppressed little Muchin to the point that he could not move. After all, little Muchin was only at the Gold Immortal realm. Compared to this ferocious beast, he was too weak. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he moved immediately. With a flash, he appeared in front of little Muchin, protecting him behind him. He immediately conjured his desolate heaven laws and slapped the 100-foot-tall beast, sending it flying tens of thousands of feet away. Master! Little Muchin could move again. When he saw Lin Tian, who had suddenly appeared, he felt much more relaxed. The situation just now was really a dead end. If Lin Tian had not appeared in time, he would definitely have died. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. The majestic pressure caused the other immortal king-level ferocious beasts in the concave ground to lie down, not daring to move. Let's stop here for the time being. It's also necessary to rest properly. Little Muchin had been training in this place for nearly 3 months. His Gold Immortal Realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, and his essence, chi, and spirit had become extremely condensed. He could easily feel it. Now he felt that the little guy should not continue to cultivate for the time being. After all, the little guy was still a little young and high-intensity cultivation was not suitable for him. He took little Muchin out of the concave ground and walked to the outside world, ready to take the little guy for a simple walk to relax. Soon he walked out of the Immortal Mountain and appeared in the outside world, walking on a main road. There was no one else on the main road, only him and the little guy for the time being. Then, gradually, the figures of cultivators appeared in the distance. A large group of cultivators gathered together, talking as they walked, as if they were looking for something. They walked in his direction. This is... Found it. There were dozens of cultivators in the distance, and their essence, chi, and spirit were not weak. The next moment, they saw Lin Tian and little Muchin. All of them were moved, and their eyes fell on little Muchin. Everyone's eyes could not help but shine. At this time, when they looked at little Muchin, they felt as if they were drowning people who saw a life-saving boat. Immediately, a group of people rushed over and grabbed little Muchin. They even ignored Lin Tian, who was beside little Muchin. Lin Tian's expression darkened. A hurricane erupted from his body and pushed back the dozens of people who were charging at him. What are you doing? These dozens of people were clearly not the 7 cultivators from the Blood Demon Hall who had destroyed little Muchin's family. Furthermore, they did not have the greed for the desolate heaven bloodline in their eyes. Hence, he did not directly kill them. Instead, he used his aura to repel them. What are you doing? Dozens of cultivators were forced back. One of them, a skinny man, angrily shouted. The other cultivators also glared at Lin Tian. What am I doing? Lin Tian's expression darkened. You attacked my disciple in front of me. Instead of answering my question, you're questioning me? Your disciple. He is the descendant of the Desolate Saint. Since when was he your disciple? You want to steal his bloodline. The 7th dimension is in danger. Why are you still only thinking about yourself? Some time ago, Lin Tian had saved little Muchin and killed many people from the Blood Demon Hall and the other 6 major forces. However, the news did not spread too far. Hence, in the entire 7th dimension, very few people knew about it. Those who knew about Lin Tian were even fewer. The 7th dimension is in danger? Lin Tian frowned. Stop pretending. The skinny man among the dozens of people scolded. He immediately sent out a consciousness imprint about the impending breaking of the seal of the 3 ancient clans in the forbidden ancient demon domain. The news has spread throughout the 7th dimension. Do you dare say that you don't know about this? In the consciousness imprint, the image of the seal loosening in the forbidden ancient demon domain was intertwined. It was also mixed with a solemn voice saying that the seal used by the Desolate Saint to suppress the 3 ancient clans was about to break. When that time came, the entire seventh dimension would be plunged into misery and suffering. Only the blood essence, soul, and origin of the descendants of the desolate saint who had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline could stabilize the seal and avoid the calamity in the seventh dimension. It called on all the cultivators in the seventh dimension to quickly find the descendants of the desolate saint who had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline to strengthen the seal. Lin Tian's expression instantly turned cold. He swept his gaze across the dozens of people again, as if he was looking at corpses. In the past, the desolate saint had risked his life to protect the seventh dimension and sealed the 3 ancient clans that were wreaking havoc in the seventh dimension. In this life, the descendant of the desolate saint, Little Muchen, was targeted by the Blood Demon Hall and other major forces because he had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. In order to seize the desolate heaven bloodline and control the desolate heaven law, those major forces directly exterminated Little Muchen's family and killed Old Man Zhou, who had always accompanied Little Muchen. Throughout the entire process, countless cultivators from various forces in the seventh dimension knew about this, but none of them extended a helping hand to Little Muchen, the descendant of the desolate saint. They completely turned a blind eye to this matter. And now, because the seal left behind by the desolate saint to suppress the 3 ancient clans was about to be broken, the vast seventh dimension was the first to think of using the blood essence, soul, and origin of the descendant of the desolate saint, Little Muchen, to repair the seal to ensure their safety and to ensure that they would not be slaughtered and enslaved by the 3 ancient clans when the seal was broken. How ugly was that? Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the dozens of people trembled for no reason, as if a knife was placed on their necks. What kind of gaze is that? The skinny man shouted, "This is the decision of the entire cultivation world in the seventh dimension. Do you have any objections?" "You have no right to object. The one who sealed the 3 ancient clans is the desolate saint. Now that the seal is about to be broken, it is only right for the descendant of the desolate saint to complete and strengthen it." "Yes," the others echoed. Lin Tian's expression became even colder. Scram! Immediately, the dozens of people were shocked and angry when they heard this. "You want to go against the entire seventh dimension? Who do you think you are? Hand him over. No need to talk nonsense with him. Do it." The dozens of people spoke and pressed forward again. Moreover, someone sent out a divine sense imprint to inform the other cultivators nearby. Rumble. The dozens of people, all of whom were in the silent void realm, combined together, their attack was very powerful. Looking at the dozens of people, Lin Tian did not say anything else. The sword rays around his body intertwined and clanged as they directly swept out. In an instant, the dozens of people were enveloped and exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed in body and soul. This place became quiet in an instant. Little Muchen pulled on the corner of Lin Tian's clothes. "Master." The little guy also saw the divine sense imprint just now. Now he was targeted by the entire seventh dimension. Even the 7 top orthodoxies of the Heaven Sky God sect were no exception. It was far more dangerous than when he was targeted by the Blood Demon Hall and the other major forces. Under such circumstances, if his master wanted to protect him, he would be involved in such a crisis and become the common enemy of the seventh dimension. Lin Tian looked at the little guy. From the little guy's eyes, he could see that the little guy did not consider his own dangerous situation and was completely worried about him. "Master, if Shaoqin can help the entire seventh dimension avoid the disaster, it is worth it to let Shaoqin go. Master will not be targeted by those people because of Shaoqin." The little guy pulled on the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and said, "After Shaoqin is gone, Master, can you help Shaoqin to avenge Grandpa Zhou and the others?" Lin Tian was moved. Little Muchen was only 6 years old, about 3 months away from 7 years old, a child who was not even 7 years old. Knowing that the seventh dimension was about to suffer a catastrophe and that he could sacrifice himself to prevent it, actually said such words at this time. This sense of responsibility and dedication on this young fellow made him feel a burst of heartache. He squatted down and rubbed the little guy's head. Don't think too much. You have no obligation to do anything for the living beings of this world. You don't owe them anything. Only they owe you and your ancestors. He said, You don't have to worry about Master. This seventh dimension is nothing in Master's eyes. Master will protect you. The seventh dimensional sky is nothing in your eyes. Your tone is quite big. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? A cold voice sounded. In the distance, a dozen figures came from several different directions, each of them exuding an extremely tyrannical aura. Moreover, after these dozen people, more figures came from the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people had gathered. This group of people was originally in the vicinity, but because of the divine sense imprint left by one of the dozens of people killed by Lin Tian, they had rushed here. That divine sense imprint mentioned that little Muchin was in this place. You're the person who saved Desolate Saint some time ago? The first person to step here was an elder of the Gantian divine sect. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Silent Soul stage. He knew that Lin Tian had saved little Muchin. At this time, he looked at little Muchin, who was beside Lin Tian. Hand him over. This is for the entire seventh dimension. His death can resolve the upcoming catastrophe of the seventh dimension and save countless living beings. Compared to the entire seventh dimension, which is more important, I think I don't need to say more. You should understand. Another person spoke. He was an elder of the Lucian sacred sect and was also at the early stage of the Silent Soul stage. The Lucian sacred sect and the Gantian divine sect were on par in strength. They were also one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. The other 5 top orthodoxies were the Baishao Pavilion, Taifeng Dao sect, Heaven's Fate House, Immortal Slaughtering Treasure Temple, and the Jin family of the wilderness. At this time, among the dozen people who first came here, there were naturally experts from the top orthodoxies. Hand him over. The living beings of the world are the most important. Sacrificing him alone can exchange for the peace of the entire 7th dimension. This can be considered a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. The other hundreds of cultivators who came here were all from various heritage sections. At this time, they spoke one after another. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at these people. Without any superfluous words, the desolate heaven laws boiled and condensed into a desolate heaven divine sword. He directly slashed at these people. The surging, desolate heaven aura immediately shrouded everyone. It was too ugly. It was too dirty. Chapter 2434. The dark, gray, desolate heaven laws surged as sword beams filled the sky, enveloping the entire space. Only a few solitary god experts and solitary soul experts were able to withstand this wave of attack and did not suffer any harm. Desolate heaven laws. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the expressions of all the people who were still alive in this place changed drastically. Lin Tian had mastered the desolate heaven laws. You took away his desolate heaven bloodline. A Cosmos Divine sect elder looked at little Muchin behind Lin Tian, then looked at Lin Tian. His pupils could not help but shrink. Lin Tian did not say anything. The desolate heaven godly sword in his hand vibrated as he slashed out again. The sword beam that was imbued with the desolate heaven laws whizzed out in all directions. At the same time, outside his body, the soul-dissolving law, earth law, sky law, memory law, plundering law, and chaos reversal law appeared at the same time, causing the earth to tremble, the sky to tremble, and the void to become chaotic. Endless strange phenomena were born together, enveloping everyone. This is... How? Impossible. Everyone's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian had conjured all the 7th dimension laws of the 7th dimension. How was this possible? Since ancient times, as long as someone could control a single 7th dimensional law, It would be enough to shock the world. But now Lin Tian alone could control all the seventh dimensional laws. Even the solitary soul experts from the 7 top orthodoxies, including the Heavenly Heaven sect, were shocked and frightened. A person who mastered all the 7th dimension laws. Was this a human? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a slight thought, 5 fifth dimension laws intertwined with the 7 seventh dimension laws, and together with them, they pressed forward. The majestic killing power immediately sealed every inch of the void in all directions, suppressing everything. Puff, puff, pooh. Bloody mists exploded one after another. Among the 7 seventh-dimensional laws, the law of plunder weakened everyone's battle prowess and aura, but in turn strengthened Lin Tian's own strength. Coupled with the addition of the law of indestructibility and the reincarnation forging spirit art, Lin Tian's attack was terrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, everyone below the Silent Soul realm was wiped out, leaving only a dozen or so Silent Soul experts from the Heaven Sky sect and the other top orthodoxies. You. The dozen or so people looked at Lin Tian in horror. Their cultivations were clearly much higher than Lin Tian's, but at this moment their eyes were filled with fear. The Lin Tian at this moment shocked them. Don't be afraid. Even though he has grasped all the laws of the 7th dimension, he is still only at the middle stage of the Silent Void realm. We are all at the Silent Soul realm, so we don't need to be afraid of him. A Silent Soul realm elder from the flowing immortal sacred sect said. The Silent Soul realm was 2 realms higher than the solitary void realm. Yes, that's right. He has grasped all the laws of the 7th dimension. Then, the reason why he grasped the desolate heaven laws is not because he seized the bloodline of the desolate saint's descendant. He must have grasped it himself. Let's work together to kill him, then take away the desolate saint's descendant to strengthen the seal. Kill. The Heavenly Heaven Divine sect and a few other top orthodoxies agreed. They immediately used all their strength and cooperated with each other to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who had grasped all 7 kinds of laws of the 7th dimension at the same time, shocked them. However, in terms of cultivation, they were 2 realms higher than Lin Tian. Thinking about it carefully, with such a huge difference in cultivation, even if Lin Tian had grasped all the laws of the 7th dimension, he would definitely not be their match. Boom! At that moment, the void here was annihilated piece by piece. The space where Lin Tian was at was directly suppressed. Lin Tian stood in the same spot and did not move at all. Looking at these people closing in, his eyes were extremely cold. If I miss today, I will destroy all of your orthodoxies, he said coldly. At this moment, he truly felt angry. Little Mu Chen's ancestor protected the 7th dimension with his life, but no one in the 7th dimension was grateful. Instead, they repaid kindness with enmity time and time again. Such an ugly and dirty attitude filled him with murderous intent. 7 kinds of laws of the 7th dimension and 5 kinds of laws of the 5th dimension were put away. He shook the 3-dimensional world in his body and condensed the sword of heaven and earth. Clang! Holding the sword of heaven and earth, he raised his hand and slashed down. Today's 3-dimensional world had long become stronger. Under the situation where he condensed the sword of heaven and earth with the vigorous power of the 3-dimensional world, and with his current cultivation of the middle stage of the Silent Void realm, the power of this sword could almost cut through everything. With a sizzling sound, the magical powers and secret techniques of the dozens of powerhouses were annihilated at once. Then, the 7 people who rushed at the front steadily met this sword and were directly hit by this sword. Miserable screams were heard as 7 bloody mists exploded. The 7 people, without exception, were all destroyed in the first moment. For a moment, the other 9 people who were still alive in this place could not help but tremble. Wasn't that a silent, soul-level precious weapon? These people were once again horrified. They knew about some of the encounters in the Blood Demon Palace. They knew that Lin Tian seemed to have a silent, soul-level sacred sword. However, now, seeing the light sword in Lin Tian's hand and Lin Tianyi's sword kill 7 silent soul-level powerhouses with a cultivation of the silent void realm, their hearts violently twitched. How could this only be a silent, soul-level precious weapon? The 9 people trembled and staggered back. Then they all fled into the distance. Their faces were all pale with fear. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and slashed again. With a clang, the sword of heaven and earth condensed the extremely thick power of the 3 realms of heaven and earth. He used it to activate the 9 swords of reincarnation. 9 beams of sword light shot out from the sword and immediately swept towards the 9 people. In the next moment, bloody mists exploded along with screams. 8 of them died in the blink of an eye, leaving only 1 person alive. Don't kill me. This person trembled. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked towards this person and directly imprisoned him. He deliberately left this person alive for the time being because he wanted to find something from this person's sea of consciousness. The divine sense of the origin sank into this person's sea of consciousness and soon retreated. This person was an elder of the Qian Tian sect. He was suppressed by Lin Tian and trembled. Little brother, spare. Puff! Lin Tian shook the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and directly destroyed this person's body and soul. Qian Tian sect, Lucian sacred sect, Baishao Pavilion, Taifeng Taoist sect, Tianming House, Immortal Slaughtering Treasure Temple. His eyes were cold. From the person's sea of consciousness, he found the locations of the 7 top orthodoxies in this world. At the same time, he also found the locations of the other inheritances who wanted to capture little Muchin to complete the seal. Later, he would destroy these shameless and ugly inheritances one by one. They had no value in existing. This place was much quieter at this time. He put away the sword of heaven and earth and pulled little Muchin away from this place. Not long after, he took little Muchin into an extraordinary divine mountain. Inside the divine mountain, the Holy Spirit Qi was extremely rich and extraordinary. However, it was a bit remote and could be said to be inaccessible. Master, little Muchin has caused you a lot of trouble. Little Muchin lowered his head and his voice seemed to be very soft. Although the little guy was only 6 years old, after experiencing the destruction of his family, he had matured like an adult. These days, first, it was the Blood Demon Palace and the other 7 great forces, and then the entire 7th dimension heaven. Lin Tian had always been the one to deal with them for him. This made the 6-year-old little guy feel very guilty. Little guy, don't think too much. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head. Your grandmaster once said that it is his responsibility as a master to not let his disciple die in front of him. If it were me, it would be the same. It is also my responsibility as a master to not let you die in front of me. We are master and disciple. There is no need to say that I have caused trouble for my master. Thank you, master. Little Muchen's eyes fluctuated and he choked with sobs. Then he quickly wiped away his tears and looked up at Lin Tian. Master, do you also have a master? What kind of person is your grandmaster? Is he very powerful? Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head and smiled. Your grandmaster is the greatest person, the most powerful person. He is the pride of our lineage. After so many years, he also missed an old drunkard. Without an old drunkard, he would not be who he was today. In his heart, an old drunkard was more important than his parents. When little Muchen heard Lin Tian's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He wanted to see his grandmaster immediately. Lin Tian naturally saw through the little guy's thoughts and said, You can't see him now, but you will in the future. After saying that, he propped up a part of the 3-dimensional world. This is the real world under Master's control. You can go in and cultivate. Master will also need to go into seclusion for a while. Now, the entire cultivation world of the seventh dimensional world wanted to capture little Muchin and use him as a sacrifice to repair the desolate sage seal that was about to break. Facing such a huge seventh dimensional world, his current cultivation was not enough to deal with it. After all, the strongest in the seventh dimensional world was the existence of the seventh dimensional world. With his current silent space realm cultivation, even if he controlled all the laws of the seventh dimensional world and had the support of the three-dimensional world, he was definitely not a match for a seventh dimensional world expert. Under such circumstances, he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time and raise his cultivation to the solitary god realm at least. With his solitary god realm cultivation and the help of the three-dimensional world, he would be able to kill a seventh dimensional world expert. At that time, he would not be afraid of the seventh dimensional world. Little Muchin was very obedient. He nodded seriously after hearing Lin Tian's words and took the initiative to step into the three-dimensional world. Lin Tiantan smiled and put away the three-dimensional world. He set up a large formation to conceal his aura and then sat down cross-legged at the center of the formation and actively operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Chapter 2435. Unsealing the sixth flare soul, Root allowed him to control all the laws of the seventh dimension. Now, Lin Tian's speed of absorbing the Holy Spirit Qi was undoubtedly very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in the surging Holy Spirit Qi, and his cultivation realm increased bit by bit. This speed of improvement was very obvious. If other cultivators were to see this, they would all be shocked. And the most important thing for this improvement was not the density of the Holy Spirit Qi that he attracted, but his own potential and comprehension ability. After all, on the path of cultivation, more than 90% of the increase in cultivation realm relied on one's own potential and comprehension ability of all things in the world. Spiritual energy and Taoist force did not even account for 10%. It was also because of this that under the same conditions of spiritual energy, some people's cultivation realm would improve very quickly, while others would find it difficult to improve their cultivation realm. However, although spiritual energy was only a small part of the increase in cultivation realm, it was impossible to lack spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, no matter how strong one's potential was, they would not be able to increase their cultivation realm. Potential and spiritual energy and Taoist force, the two of them complemented each other on the path of cultivation. 1. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and a faint 9-colored holy light intertwined, becoming stronger and stronger. He closed his eyes slightly. After unsealing the sixth flare soul root, his comprehension ability of all things in the world was extremely strong. Many problems on the path of cultivation could be solved in the blink of an eye. Coupled with the dense spiritual energy of the seventh dimension, his cultivation realm increased rapidly. Outside the sacred mountain in the seventh dimension cultivation world. Did you find him? The desolate saint seal is even more unstable. At most, it can last for half a year. We must quickly find the descendant of the desolate saint. The descendant of the desolate saint. I saw the kind of divine sense imprint. Why is he hiding now? Damn it, bastard. The seal set by the ancestor is about to break, but as a descendant he is hiding at this time. How irresponsible. Find him quickly. Otherwise, the seventh dimension will be in great trouble. We will either die or be enslaved. We can't let that happen. Find him quickly. In the cultivation world, countless cultivators were looking for little Muchen in different corners. Some of the important figures of the various great sects in this world also walked out and began to move. Inside the sacred mountain in the seventh dimension, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and cultivating seriously. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom! 3 months later, on top of the Divine Mountain, a huge lightning vortex intertwined and formed. The oppressive power of the lightning was extremely frightening. Darkness instantly shrouded the space in all directions, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashing in his eyes. 3 months later, he had entered the solitary God realm from the mid-still void realm, and had attracted solitary God heavenly tribulation. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the destructive aura became even thicker. Lin Tian stared coldly at the lightning vortex in the sky. He didn't move and continued to undergo his tribulation. The Holy Spirit Qi in the sacred mountain was very dense, but because it was located in a remote area, there was not even a single demonic beast inside. There was no need to worry about transcending the tribulation here. Thunder boomed, and then the thunder punishment fell one after another. Time passed little by little, and it wasn't until nearly 4,000 rounds of the main lightning punishment had fallen that the lightning punishment dissipated. The 7-colored auspicious clouds condensed, and Lin Tian used them to consolidate his current solitary God realm, and at the same time to temper his flesh and blood. Soon, the 7-colored auspicious clouds dissipated, and he truly stood in the solitary God realm. His essence, Qi, spirit, and combat strength had been greatly improved. In this place, the sacred mountain was half destroyed, and the soil was scorched black. He didn't stop and directly left this place. After leaving this place, he stepped into the outside world and saw the entire cultivation world. Countless cultivators were searching for little Mu Chen. Many people even cursed little Mu Chen for hiding at this time, saying that the little guy had disgraced the reputation of his ancestors. It's you, the person who saved the descendant of the desolate saint. He walked in the cultivation world and headed towards the heaven god sect. Soon he was recognized, and someone pointed at him in surprise. He had saved little Mu Chen from the powerhouses of the Blood Demon Hall, the Great Moon family, and the Ghost Lock City. Although that matter hadn't spread throughout the entire 7th dimension, many people in the 7th dimension knew about it. Immediately, a group of cultivators surrounded him. Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? Hand him over. The seal that the desolate saint left behind to suppress the 3 ferocious clans is about to be broken. If the 3 clans are allowed to escape, a great disaster will befall our 7th dimension. Countless creatures will die tragically. Even if they survive, they will be enslaved. Do you know the seriousness of the matter? Only by using the descendant of the desolate saint to strengthen the seal can we avoid it. We're asking you a question. Answer. Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? Tell us quickly. A group of people shouted and even surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared coldly at these people. The holy aura around his body fluctuated, turning into countless sword rays that swayed in all directions. In this place, everyone was enveloped by the sword rays that he had summoned and were all cut into pieces. Everyone was instantly destroyed in body and spirit. It wasn't that he was cruel, but that these people didn't deserve to be called humans. They had no value in living. A group of bastards that were worse than pigs and dogs. Blood was scattered in this place. He didn't stay here and walked in the direction he had set. Time flew by, and 7 days passed quickly. 7 days later, he arrived at a vast group of celestial mountains. Looking around, there were palaces and celestial pavilions in the celestial mountains, intertwined with the holy spiritual Qi, which was extremely terrifying. It was the place where the Gantian divine sect was established, one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. Arriving here, he didn't stop and went straight inside. Soon, he arrived in front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect. Who is it? In front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect, a disciple guarding the gate saw Lin Tian and scolded coldly. Then, the next moment, he recognized Lin Tian and was shocked. It's you, the one who saved the descendant of the desolate saint. The Gantian divine sect was powerful and naturally knew many things about the 7th dimension. They knew that Lin Tian had saved little Mu Chen from the experts of the Blood Demon Hall and other major forces. They all knew about Lin Tian. Take him down. Find the trace of the descendant of the desolate saint. In front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect, dozens of disciples guarding the gate immediately attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step forward without any change in his footsteps. A majestic pressure naturally spread out from his body. For a moment, blood mist splattered, and the people who rushed forward all died tragically. He took another step, and the sword radiance outside his body appeared again, turning into a rain of swords. The first thing he did was to smash the main gate of the Gantian divine sect into pieces. The place was filled with sand and dust as he stepped straight in. When he really stepped into the Gantian divine sect, the holy spiritual chi in the sect was far thicker than the outside world. It was like a holy spiritual realm. It's you. How dare you be so presumptuous in my Gantian divine sect? Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? You were the one who saved him. Hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. Within the Gantian divine sect, the disciples of this faction were shocked and angry because Lin Tian had barged into the Gantian divine sect. At the same time, they also recognized Lin Tian. Immediately, a group of people rushed forward and ordered Lin Tian to hand over the descendant of the desolate saint, little Muchin. Lin Tian didn't say anything to these people. The majestic aura outside his body shook, and the dense sword radiance spread out. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled. With his current cultivation of the solitary god realm, he directly sent a large number of Gantian divine sect disciples flying. Moreover, the treasured halls and divine pavilions of the Gantian divine sect around him were also destroyed. How dare you! With a furious roar, the sect leader and the grand elders of this faction stepped out one after another. Immediately, the sect leader of this faction attacked, directly suppressing Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian leaned to the side, avoiding the attack of the sect leader of Gantian divine sect. He grabbed the other party's wrist, and a majestic pressure spread out, suppressing the other party. The sect leader of Gantian divine sect was moved. You! Pa! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his other hand and directly slapped the other party's face. The sect leader of Gantian divine sect was instantly shocked and furious. He was the sect leader of Gantian divine sect, but now Lin Tian had actually slapped him in front of all the disciples of the sect. How dare you, Pa! Lin Tian flipped his hand, and another slap landed on the other party's face, giving out a crisp slap. It brought out a large amount of blood, and there were even teeth within. Sect leader. Within the Gantian divine sect, the expressions of all the Gantian divine sect disciples changed. Their sect leader was a solitary soul realm expert, but now he was actually easily suppressed by Lin Tian, who had barged into the sect. Moreover, he had been slapped twice in a row. You're courting death. The 10 grand elders of this faction all had cold expressions. They all moved at the first moment, suppressing Lin Tian together. More than 10 people, all of them at the solitary soul realm, attacked together, and the intertwining aura surged to the extreme. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he suppressed the sect leader of Gantian divine sect with one hand. He didn't move at all, and the desolate heaven law boiled. Then the earth law, the sky law, and the other 6 seventh-dimensional laws appeared together, spreading out towards the 10 people. The 10 people immediately turned pale. You! Pooh! 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 A mist of blood spurted out. The dozen or so silent soul stage grand elders of this faction were all shattered in the first instant. He, desolate heaven, earth, sky, chaotic reversal, peeling memory truth, dissolving soul. How is this possible? In the Gantian divine sect, the other disciples' faces all changed, and they couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, they even temporarily forgot about the 10 grand elders of their faction whose bodies had been shattered. The seventh dimensional laws of the seventh dimensional sky had now appeared on Lin Tian's body at the same time. Lin Tian, alone, controlled all the seventh dimensional laws. Even the sect leader of Gantian divine sect, who was suppressed, had a huge change in expression at this moment, and his eyes were filled with horror. You! After being suppressed by Lin Tian, when he looked at Lin Tian, the anger in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by shock. One person controlled all the seventh dimensional laws of the seventh dimensional sky. What kind of concept was this? Since ancient times, when had anyone ever done such a thing in the history of the seventh dimensional sky? Chapter 2436. Since the existence of the seventh dimension, there had never been such a person who could control all the laws of the seventh dimension. But now it had appeared. The experts of the Gantian God sect were all shocked as they looked at Lin Tian. They were all frightened and couldn't help but tremble. How, the dozen or so grand elders of this branch were horrified. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as the 7 laws of the 7th dimension boiled and swept out in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, the ancient buildings in the Gantian God sect collapsed, and the disciples were sent flying one by one. The dozens of grand elders of the sect each supported a majestic saint aura to block the 7 laws of the 7th dimension. However, it was useless. The 7 laws of the 7th dimension, combined together, was simply too shocking. It was unstoppable and annihilated everything. The Gantian God sect leader was suppressed by Lin Tian. When he saw the disciples of his sect dying one after another and the many important ancient halls in the sect collapsing one by one, he was horrified and furious. Damn it, stop! Lin Tianyi suppressed the person with his hand. The 7 laws of the 7th dimension gathered and turned into a killing light that swept out from his hand. With a puff, the current master of the Gantian God sect was instantly shattered into pieces, and his body and soul were destroyed. Previously, he had searched the sea of consciousness of an elder of the Gantian God sect and learned about the locations of many inheritances in the 7th dimension. At the same time, he also learned that the first person to ask everyone in the 7th dimension to find little Mu-Chin to strengthen the seal was this person. Sect leader. The disciples of the Gantian God sect trembled. The dozens of grand elders of the sect were also shocked and furious. The current master of their faction had actually been killed by Lin Tian, who had barged into their sect in their own territory. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He was cold as he walked deeper into the Gantian God sect. The 7 laws of the 7th dimension intertwined around him. Wherever he passed, the space around him turned into a destructive abyss. Puff, puff, puff. The disciples of the Gantian God sect collapsed and died tragically. Moreover, the halls and treasure pavilions collapsed one after another. Gantian God sect's dozens of grand elders and some other disciples tried their best to block, but they couldn't. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the solitary soul realm, after unsealing the 6th layer of his soul root, he could easily kill a solitary soul realm expert with just his combat strength alone. Not to mention that he also controlled 7 types of 7-dimensional laws at the same time. Within the huge Gantian God sect, no one could stop Lin Tian's footsteps. Lin Tian took a step forward. With every step he took, a bloody mist would explode, and with every step he took, a large number of palaces would collapse. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of Gantian God sect, a vast saint energy spread out, suppressing the 7 7-dimensional laws that Lin Tian summoned. It protected the 10 grand elders and the other Gantian God sect disciples and deacons. An old man stepped out from the depths of the Gantian God sect and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor. Gantian God sect's dozens of grand elders looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the other disciples and deacons were also pleasantly surprised. At this moment, they couldn't help but relax. This was because the old ancestor of their sect was at the seventh dimensional realm. With such a cultivation as support, even if Lin Tian controlled 7 types of 7-dimensional laws at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. Old ancestor, sect leader was a deacon clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. This person didn't finish speaking, but the old ancestor of Gantian God sect naturally knew what he meant. Moreover, he also sensed that the sect leader's aura had completely disappeared. However, the old ancestor didn't care about this at all. His gaze was still cold and somewhat deep. Grasping all 7-dimensional laws, you're not bad. Not bad at all. Looking at Lin Tian, the old ancestor of Gantian God sect spoke. This old man cherishes talent and will give you a chance. Join my Gantian God sect, and this old man will pardon your crime of trespassing today. I won't kill you. Of course, there are still some restrictions that need to be placed on you. The old ancestor said coldly. Also, hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. You should know where that boy you saved is. Grasping all 7 7-dimensional laws at the same time, such a person was no doubt world-shaking. If he could join the Gantian God sect, he would definitely be able to develop the sect to an unimaginable height in the future. And because such a world-shaking person was an enemy from the start, it was natural to place some restrictions when recruiting him. Otherwise, if he betrayed them in the future, it would be a disaster. The old ancestor of Gantian God sect was very clear about this point. Therefore, when he wanted Lin Tian to submit and join the Gantian God sect, he also requested for some special restrictions to be placed on Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, "How is it?" Test. Clang. An ear-piercing sword cry resounded. In Lin Tian's hand, the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth quickly condensed into a sword of heaven and earth. The swift and fierce sword aura rushed towards the old ancestor of Gantian God sect. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed. The old ancestor's expression changed instantly. He was shocked by the power of the sword and hurriedly raised a thick defensive light screen to block it. However, the power of the sword was far beyond his imagination. Chi! With a soft sound, the defensive light screen raised by the 7th-dimensional powerhouse of the Gantian God sect was instantly shattered. Then, the sword aura didn't decrease and directly landed on his body. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. The 7th-dimensional powerhouse was pierced through and flew away in a sorry state. Old ancestor. Everyone in the Gantian God sect was shocked. Their ancestor, an existence at the 7th-dimensional realm and one of the 7 hegemons of the 7th-dimensional realm, had been injured by a mere solitary god realm cultivator with a single strike. How was this possible? Almost at the same time, the sword cry resounded again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't show any mercy. Holding the sword of heaven and earth, he swung it again. In an instant, a rain of swords appeared and slashed in all directions. Immediately, the bloody mist exploded and the palaces collapsed one after another. The aura of destruction enveloped the surroundings. Ah! An ear-piercing scream was heard. A grand elder of this sect was hit by the sword light and turned into a blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed. How could a solitary soul cultivator block the sword of heaven and earth formed by the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth? You're courting death. The 7th-dimensional old ancestor stabilized his body. He was shocked and angry. He immediately used a power of order to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered everything with a simple slash. With a puff, the old ancestor was pierced through once again and flew away. He crashed through dozens of palaces before stopping. Lin Tian walked from the edge of the Gantian God sect into the depths of the sect, holding the sword of heaven and earth. 7 types of 7th-dimensional laws revolved around him. Everywhere he passed, People would die tragically. The old ancestor stabilized his body once again. He was even more shocked and angry. He was shocked because he had already used his power of order and displayed his strongest battle strength. However, he was still instantly defeated and injured by Lin Tian. He was shocked because the light sword in Lin Tian's hand was truly terrifying. He was angry because Lin Tian was wantonly destroying the Gantian god sect. Bastard! With a low roar, the seventh-dimensional old ancestor directly formed seals to support the Gantian god sect's protective killing formation. At the same time, a sect treasure mirror flew out from the depths of the sect. It was the sect's treasure weapon, the Gantian mirror. The protective killing formation and the Gantian mirror merged together. The entire place was instantly flooded by a surging aura of destruction. The unparalleled killing aura pressed down on Lin Tian. It was as if a destructive galaxy was falling here. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. More and more power of heaven and earth poured into the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, causing it to instantly become stronger. He slashed out with the sword. Sizzling sounds rang out, and the protective killing formation of this lineage instantly collapsed. The Qian sky mirror was also directly slashed into pieces. Then, the sword force continued to spread out and once again landed on the body of the Qian sky ancestor, piercing through him once again. Such a scene shocked all the experts in the sect. Their sect's protective killing formation and treasure weapon couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't stop at all. His expression didn't change either. The 7 types of seventh-dimensional laws fluctuated, collapsing the palaces and ancient pavilions of the Gantian god sect, killing the disciples of the sect one by one. Then he slashed at the old ancestor. The old ancestor resisted with all his strength, but it was useless. Under this sword, he was directly smashed into pieces. You stop. When did my Gantian god sect provoke you? Why are you slaughtering my sect like this? The old ancestor of the Gantian god sect was horrified. At this moment, he truly knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Tian. While he was shocked by Lin Tian's strength, he was also shocked and angry. Their Gantian god sect didn't seem to have provoked Lin Tian. Before this, they didn't seem to have any deep grudges with Lin Tian. Why did Lin Tian barge into their sect and wreak havoc like this? Previously, because he felt that he could suppress Lin Tian and easily kill Lin Tian, he didn't consider such matters. But now, as he realized that he couldn't defeat Lin Tian, he began to think of this problem. He was shocked and angry. Why? Since coming here, Lin Tian spoke for the first time. He said coldly, "You want to use my disciple to strengthen the seal and summon the entire 7th-dimensional sky to chase after my disciple. Tell me, shouldn't I do it?" When he said this, the old ancestor and everyone in the Gantian god sect were shocked. As for the disciples that Lin Tian mentioned, these people naturally knew who he was referring to. The descendant of the desolate saint is your disciple. You took that boy as your disciple. The old ancestor immediately understood why Lin Tian had barged into the Gantian god sect. Then he became furious and shouted, "The 3 great clans of the forbidden ancient demon region are about to appear. When that happens, the 7th-dimensional sky will be met with a catastrophe. All living beings will either be exterminated or enslaved. It will be an eternal catastrophe, a catastrophe that will destroy everything. Now, the boy's desolate heaven bloodline can strengthen the seal. Sacrificing him can stop the catastrophe and save the billions of living beings in the 7th-dimensional sky. We are doing this for the billions of living beings in the 7th-dimensional sky." Moreover, the 3 great ancient clans were sealed by his ancestor. The seal there was left by his ancestor. As the descendant of the desolate saint, he has the responsibility to strengthen the seal there. Now, not only are you hiding him, you even came to my Gantian god sect to wreak havoc and massacre. Because of this, do you still have any sense of right and wrong? Do you still have this territory in your heart? Do you still have the common people in this world? Chapter 24:37. Lin Tian's expression instantly turned cold as he looked at old ancestor Gantian, who was in the seventh dimensional realm. He raised his hand and slashed out. With a loud clang, the sword whistled through the air, and the sword's momentum overflowed into the sky. With a bang, the patriarch was sent flying, and blood splattered all over the sky. At the same time, the other disciples of the Gantian god sect around them suffered as well. One after another, their bodies and souls were annihilated. Many palaces and pavilions were destroyed, and a large number of floating islands fell from the sky, shattering into pieces and splattering dirt everywhere. You bastards! Each and every one of you are doing ugly things, and you dare to question me? His voice was cold as he raised his hand and slashed again. With one slash, the surrounding space was annihilated. Patriarch Gantian had just stabilized his body when he was pierced through again. He was sent flying again as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What does he owe the spirits of the seventh dimensional realm? Did the spirits of the seventh dimensional realm raise him until now? Or did his ancestors owe this world something? In his hand, the sword of heaven and earth vibrated, and with the help of the seventh dimensional laws, he slashed out again and shattered one of Patriarch Gantian's arms. Under the intertwining of the seventh dimensional laws, the Patriarch would not be able to recover in a short time. Around them, many of the other disciples and deacons of the Gantian god sect suffered and turned into a bloody mist. Once upon a time, the desolate saint's ancestor, in order to protect the 7 dimensions and protect you bastards, fought against the 3 ancient clans alone. He sealed the 3 ancient clans and died from exhaustion. Today, the desolate saint has passed away countless years ago. As a descendant of the desolate saint, he is being hunted down by the people that the desolate saint once protected. They want to steal the desolate heaven bloodline and exterminate his clan. When his clan was annihilated, where were you? When he was being hunted down, where were you? You knew about this, but you just watched casually. You could have stopped it with a raise of your hand, but you turned a blind eye to it. Now, the seal left behind by the desolate saint is about to be broken, and the 3 ancient clans that once wreaked havoc in the 7th dimensional realm are about to come into being. You felt that you were in danger, so you immediately thought of him and wanted to use his flesh, origin, and soul to fill the seal? To solve the danger you are about to face, are you even worthy of being called humans? His eyes were cold and his voice was cold. The 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension boiled, and the sword light of heaven and earth exploded as he slashed out again. Old Ancestor Gantian was in trouble once again. His other arm was chopped off, and half of his body exploded. Under the influence of the 3-dimensional powers of heaven and earth and the 7-dimensional laws, he temporarily lost the ability to repair his body. Blood kept flowing out. You're not even comparable to maggots. His voice became even colder as his black hair danced in the wind. The eye of destiny and the reincarnation eye opened at the same time. The vast power of providence and the terrifying light of reincarnation appeared at the same time and enveloped the entire Gantian god sect. When old ancestor Gantian heard Lin Tian's words, his face turned green and ugly. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. At this moment, when he saw Lin Tian's eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation, his body couldn't help but tremble. You! Not only did Lin Tian control all the laws of the 7th dimension, but he also controlled the legendary reincarnation. At the same time, all of the other disciples in the same bloodline were shocked beyond belief and were trembling in fear. Everyone who was still alive couldn't help but tremble. Even the ancient supremes of heaven and earth feared and couldn't control this power, but Lin Tian actually controlled it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as killing intent boiled. The light of providence and the light of reincarnation circled around his body at the same time. You're doing this for this territory, for all living beings in the world. You're just afraid of death, afraid of losing everything you have now. Now, you're the top orthodoxy in the seventh dimension. An entire seventh dimension worships you and is afraid of you. However, if the three major clans appear, you will lose everything. You want to use his life to maintain everything you have now. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind as the rivers of destiny and reincarnation appeared at the same time and surrounded the entire Gantian god sect. Roar! Beastly roars filled the sky as tens of thousands of reincarnation beasts appeared in the reincarnation river. The light of reincarnation surged in all directions. Screams immediately sounded as the disciples and deacons of the Gantian god sect were killed one after another. There's no need to wait for the three major clans to appear. There's no need to think about being killed or enslaved by them. I'll destroy all of you now. His eyes were emotionless as the sword in his hand vibrated and let out an ear-piercing sound. He slashed at the Gantian god sect's ancestor. With a puff, half of the ancestor's body was destroyed, and he looked even more miserable than before. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Stop. We can talk. We can talk. We know we were wrong. Let us go. Let us go. The person said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in the seventh dimension. Lin Tian didn't reply at all. The light of the sword of heaven and earth in his hand surged as he slashed at the person again. This slash was extremely sharp and terrifying, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the person. Ah! The ancestor screamed miserably as he couldn't block this violent slash. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Roar! The reincarnation beast roared, shaking the surroundings. Within the Gantian god sect, the disciples and deacons of the Gantian god sect were being killed one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear as they covered their heads and fled like rats. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless as he slowly rose into the air and arrived at the center of the Gantian god sect. Wang! The reincarnation diagram rushed out of his body and interweaved with the light of reincarnation. It started to expand rapidly and enveloped the entire Gantian god sect in the blink of an eye. Together with his sword of heaven and earth, it mercilessly descended. In a few breaths, the sword of heaven and earth and the reincarnation diagram descended at the same time. With a rumbling sound, the entire Gantian god sect collapsed. The dense floating islands collapsed, and the treasured halls and ancient pavilions shattered. Even the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources were destroyed, turning into ashes and disappearing. He didn't have the heart to take this kind of inheritance. He didn't want to dirty his hands. Boom! The rumbling continued as blood, mist exploded and sputtered everywhere. After dozens of breaths, the rumbling stopped and the Gantian god sect was completely turned into ruins. There was no longer an intact piece of land. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he turned around in the void and stepped into the distance. Not long after, he arrived at the place where the Lucien Saint sect was established. Like the Gantian god sect, this sect was one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. They also participated in the search for little Muchin and wanted to use him to strengthen the seal. In other words, this matter was guided and manipulated by the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. He wouldn't let any of these orthodoxies go and would destroy them all. They had no value at all. They were all trash that deserved to die. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. When he arrived at this place, he didn't say anything else and directly condensed the sword of heaven and earth to kill. You are the person who saved the desolate saint's descendant. How dare you come here? Where's the desolate saint's descendant? Hand it over. There's not much time left. We must catch the desolate saint's descendant as soon as possible and perfect the seal left behind by the desolate saint. Take him down first, and then interrogate him. There were many experts in the Lucien Saint sect. Naturally, they knew that Lin Tian saved little Muchin, and their eyes were filled with sinister light. Everyone attacked together and suppressed Lin Tian at the same time. However, the disparity in power was too great. Lin Tian, who had the sword of heaven and earth, possessed overwhelming battle strength. Facing Lin Tian, who had the sword of heaven and earth, no one in the Lucien Saint sect could stop him. One by one, they were killed mercilessly. You, stop. In the blink of an eye, terrified screams reverberated throughout the flowing immortal sacred sect. Blood, mist exploded one after another, and one after another, the disciples of the flowing immortal sacred sect died tragically. Even though the seventh dimensional realm grand ancestor and the other higher-ups of the flowing immortal sacred sect attacked together, it was of no use. In just 2 hours, all of them were killed. Blood dyed the ground red, and the place where the flowing immortal sacred sect was built turned into ruins. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Lin Tian stepped on the void and left. Not long after, he went to the Bai Shao Pavilion, Tai Feng Dao School, Heaven Fate House, Immortal Slaughtering Treasure Temple, and Desolate Gene Family. He ruthlessly destroyed these top orthodoxies and turned them into ruins. After that, he went to the other great sections. Previously, he had participated in the pursuit of little Muchin and wanted to search for him to strengthen the seal. He knew about hundreds of sects and also knew where they were established. He went to find them one by one. In just a month's time, one great sect after another was destroyed. The seventh dimension's cultivation world gradually found out about this matter. They knew that it was done by Lin Tian, knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and little Muchin, knew that Lin Tian was mercilessly attacking for little Muchin, and also knew that Lin Tian controlled 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension. Everyone was horrified. He single-handedly destroyed those great sects of the Heaven God sect. How is this possible? How can this be? We are doing this for the peace of the 7th dimension. We are doing this to protect the billions of living beings in the 7th dimension. As long as we sacrifice the descendant of the Desolate Saint, we can stop the calamity and ensure the peace of the 7th dimension. What's wrong with us doing this? Isn't this the best method? Why is he so cruel? Devil, executioner. The 7th dimension's cultivation world was in an uproar. The cultivators were shocked, angry, and frightened at the same time. Many people became uneasy. Some of the great sects' inheritances who had participated in the operation to hunt down little Muchin were even more panicked. This is too much. What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? For the sake of the world, what did we do wrong? Some of the sect leaders of the great sects spoke out, their anger mixed with fear. Lin Tian naturally heard the voices of the cultivators in the 7th dimension's cultivation world, as well as the voices of some of the great sections. The anger and killing intent in his heart became even more intense. At the same time, he was extremely disgusted by these people and the great sects who spoke out. At that moment, after destroying another sect, he stepped toward the great sects who spoke out. What did they do wrong? Mercilessly, he wiped out the inheritances of these great sects from the 7th dimension's cultivation world one by one. Ugly bastards, the Desolate Saint died of exhaustion in order to protect you. He was really blind. If you continue to bark like a dog, I don't mind washing the 7th dimension with blood. Chapter 2438. Massacre the 7th dimension. Why? Who does he think he is? The Desolate Sage did the 7th dimension a favor by sealing the 3 major clans back then. However, the seal there was indeed left by the Desolate Sage. Since it was left by the Desolate Sage's descendants naturally have the responsibility to reinforce the seal. What did we do wrong? What's wrong with exchanging one person for the peace of the entire seventh dimension? Could it be that letting the three major clans come into being and destroy the peace of the entire seventh dimension is the right thing to do? Can't you tell when to make a choice and when to make a choice? Do you have any sense of right and wrong? Damn it, that demon. Does he really want the three major clans to destroy the entire seventh dimension? Damn it, damn it. Lin Tian's voice was heard, and the seventh dimension's cultivation world became even more furious. When Lin Tian heard such voices, he no longer responded. However, the killing intent in his chest became even more vigorous. For the first time, he felt extreme disgust toward this region. After that, his attacks became even more ruthless. He walked through one inheritance after another in the seventh dimension and destroyed one major sect after another. The Three-Wind Taoist Palace was destroyed. The Green Peak sect was completely destroyed. The Luo clan was destroyed. Terrified and angry voices were heard. One by one, the major sects were wiped out by Lin Tian. The seventh dimension's cultivation world was in chaos. Damn it, why did he do this? Isn't he afraid that the three major clans will come into being and destroy the entire seventh dimension? Damn it, damn it. Many cultivators and major sects were furious. In exchange, Lin Tian killed even more ruthlessly. In just 2 months, hundreds of major sects' inheritances disappeared. For a time, the entire seventh dimension's cultivation world was silent. Everyone was terrified and trembled. From the beginning until now, in just 3 months, 7 top orthodoxies, hundreds of second-level powers, and hundreds of third-level inheritances were all destroyed by Lin Tian. The entire seventh dimension fell into endless fear. Who else wants the desolate sage's descendants to reinforce the seal? Get out here. Come to the forbidden ancient demon domain. I'll wait for you, Lin Tian said. All the inheritances of the great sects that had participated in the capture of Little Mu Chin to strengthen the desolate saint seal had been destroyed. Today he came to the forbidden ancient devil region and spread such a voice. He wanted to see if anyone still had such thoughts. As long as they had such thoughts, as long as they dared to come to this place, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. He would kill them all. In the seventh dimension, the cultivation world was silent, shocked, and angry. Gradually, many people began to grit their teeth. Let's go together. With the combined power of the entire seventh dimension, it is impossible for us to not be able to take him down. He's alone. We don't have a choice now. We can only fight. Otherwise, when the 3 great evil clans appear, we will all be finished. I must find a descendant of the desolate saint and use the desolate heaven bloodline to strengthen the seal there. He had to be quick. We must do it as soon as possible. Many cultivators voiced such thoughts. Soon after, this voice spread far and wide. Many horrified cultivators in the entire 7 maintenance world began to move again. Not long after, millions of cultivators arrived at the desert in front of the forbidden ancient devil region. Lin Tian stood alone in the middle of the desert and looked coldly at the people who had arrived. Hand him over. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the combined power of us from the 7th dimension. Hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. We are also doing this for the peace of the 7th dimension. If those 3 vicious ancient clans appear, you will also suffer. Those 3 great clans are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? These cultivators roared angrily and surrounded Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with fear and horror. After all, the things that Lin Tian had done previously were too frightening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In his hand, the desolate heaven laws interweaved into a sword. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slashed out. With a clang, the cold sword beam swept out. In a blink of an eye, blood mist exploded. In a blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators were destroyed. That darned executioner. Everyone attack together and fight it out with him. Someone roared. Fight! Kill! Millions of cultivators moved at the same time and rushed towards Lin Tian in a frenzy. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He just stood in place. The 7 types of 7th dimension laws boiled and swept out in all directions. At the same time, the 5 types of 5th dimension laws interweaved together and turned into a destructive wave that swept towards the surroundings. Cries of agony and blood splattered everywhere as the cultivators of the 7th dimensional heavens who had rushed to this place were killed one after another. In a blink of an eye, the desert was dyed red with blood. It was a shocking sight. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions of holy energy continued to ring out. With millions of cultivators working together, their combat power was truly terrifying. Even some of the ordinary experts in the early stages of the 7th dimension would frown and be moved. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change. The sword of heaven and earth condensed from the 3-dimensional heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword, a sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth swept out in all directions, instantly shattering everything. Time continued to pass. Puff, puff, puff. Blood, mist continued to splatter here as cultivators died one after another. In just half a day, the millions of cultivators were reduced to a few 100,000. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were filled with horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, in the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Tian, who was holding the sword of heaven and earth, was like a demon god that could destroy the world. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked at Lin Tian and could not help but retreat. Their hands that were holding weapons could not help but tremble. Trash, why are you retreating? Don't you want the descendant of the desolate saint? Defeat me, and you'll get what you want. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He held the sword of heaven and earth and forced the hundreds of thousands of cultivators to retreat. These hundreds of thousands of cultivators were not weak. All of them were in the solitary god realm. However, at this time, their eyes were filled with fear. Don't come over. We just want to protect the peace of the 7th dimension. We just want to stop the upcoming catastrophe. Why are you doing this to us? Someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and swung his sword, directly destroying the person who spoke. Moreover, the swift and fierce sword force surged like a stormy sea, causing a group of cultivators nearby to die tragically. He would not show mercy to these trash. After killing these people, the air would be fresher. The sword of heaven and earth intertwined with an ice-cold killing light. He took a step forward and closed in on the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the desert, where the Een light intertwined, an extremely terrifying aura rushed up and shattered the void. "We're back!" A cold voice sounded, and the extremely thick pressure of the 7th dimension spread out. In the depths of the desert that was filled with Een light, a huge spatial door appeared. The Een light and Devil light were vast and mighty, and in an instant, a large part of the sky was dyed black. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures stepped out. Among them, dozens of people at the front were at the peak of the 7th dimension realm. As for the rest, the weakest ones were at the peak of the Silent Soul realm. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were even more figures stepping out of the spatial door, each of them exuding an extremely terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the air in this place became incomparably oppressive. The seal is broken. It's over. It's all over. The 7th dimension will never have a day of peace. In the desert, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who were still alive all turned pale in an instant, and their limbs trembled even more violently. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all, as if he could not see the powerful figures who had broken the desolate sage's seal. In his eyes, there were only the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the seventh dimension who were still alive, and he directly swung his sword away. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and in the blink of an eye, the sword rays wantonly swept in front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mist suddenly exploded, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators died tragically, their bodies and souls destroyed. The three great clans have appeared, and the common enemy of the seventh dimension is right in front of us. Now you still want to kill us. Do you even have this land in your heart? The hundreds of thousands of cultivators trembled. Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. The sword of heaven and earth burst out with dazzling holy light, and a sword slashed a large number of cultivators into pieces. Blood mist constantly splashed in this desert. Such a scene was naturally seen by the three great clans who had appeared. There was a strange look in their eyes, but their gazes were very cold. After so many years, I never thought that there would be such a welcome ceremony when I just came out. Very good. Very interesting. The dusky, forbidden, ancient demon domain has been trapped in it for countless years. All the creatures in this world have to pay the price. I wonder if there are any descendants of that damned human from back then. If there are, Cold voices came out one after another. Internal strife? We should also participate. Let's start the slaughter here. The sword in the young human's hand is not simple. It should be a peak seventh dimensional treasure. Very good. This lord wants it. Dozens of experts at the peak of the seventh dimensional realm had cold eyes, and their gazes gradually fell on Lin Tian. One of them moved. It was an expert from the Dark Scale clan of the three great ancient clans. He took a step forward, and wherever he passed, the space directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, this expert of the Dark Scale clan arrived behind Lin Tian. His eyes were cold and cruel. He directly raised his hand to grab the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. At the same time, a dark killing light enveloped Lin Tian. Scram! In Lin Tian's hand, the sword of heaven and earth boiled, and the power of the third dimensional realm surged to the extreme. He slashed out without turning his head. The destructive sword force instantly annihilated the attack of the Dark Scale clan expert. Then, the sword force did not decrease and continued to press forward, landing directly on the expert's chest. Puff! Blood mist burst out. This expert of the Dark Scale clan at the peak of the seventh dimensional realm did not even have time to scream. His body and soul were directly destroyed. How is this possible? The three great clans that stepped out of the forbidden ancient demon domain were the Dark Scale clan, the Serene Flame clan, and the Horned Demon clan. At this time, when the experts of the three great clans saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. This was especially true for the experts of the Dark Scale clan. The person who attacked just now was an elder of their clan who had reached the peak of the seventh dimensional realm. But now he was killed with a single sword strike. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of people who were still alive in the seventh dimensional realm trembled in fear. Chapter 2439. This battle prowess. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the seventh dimension were terrified and horrified. In the past few months, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed 7 top orthodoxies and other inheritances in the seventh dimension. Everyone in the seventh dimension knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but they estimated that his battle prowess was at most in the middle stage of the seventh dimension. However, they did not expect to see Lin Tian kill a terrifying existence at the peak of the seventh dimension with a single sword strike. Killing an existence at the peak of the seventh dimension with a single sword strike. What kind of terrifying battle prowess was this? The strongest battle prowess of the 3 ancient clans is at the peak of the seventh dimension. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian could kill an expert at the peak of the seventh dimension with a single sword strike. Didn't that mean that he could destroy the three ancient clans by himself? For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the seventh dimension were shocked, and some of them were pleasantly surprised. Fellow Taoist, we will no longer look for the descendants of the desolate saint to strengthen the seal. Now, you alone will be enough to wipe out the three ancient clans. Yes, if we knew that you were so strong, we would not have looked for the descendants of the desolate saint. We are all compatriots in the seventh dimension. Now is not the time for internal strife. Fellow Taoist, please deal with the three ancient clans first. Protect the peace of the seventh dimension. Yes, fellow Taoist, let us all stop. Please deal with the three ancient clans first. They are very vicious and cruel. Some cultivators spoke one after another. Their eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Tian with surprise and anticipation. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he raised his sword and slashed. Clang! The sharp sword ray blocked the attack and destroyed the bodies and souls of those who spoke. A group of seventh dimension cultivators nearby also suffered and died one after another. You, what are you doing? We have already stopped. Why are you still attacking us? You should be dealing with the three ancient clans now. These people were shocked and angry. Lin Tian did not say anything else. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated and slashed out again. Clang! The sound of the sword was astonishing, and the momentum of the sword was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it brought about patches of bloody mist. Just a moment ago, in order to ensure that they wouldn't die, they wanted to sacrifice his disciple to reinforce the seal. They were terrified when they were no match for him. But now, after seeing his true battle prowess, it was as if nothing had happened. They all relaxed and shamelessly asked him to kill the three great ancient clans and protect the safety of the seventh way. Regarding this, he was full of disgust. The three ancient clans were ferocious and cruel. In his opinion, these people were far more ferocious and cruel than the three ancient clans. After the seventh dimensional realm, there was the Alpha Origin realm, Breaking Desolate realm, Tribulation realm, Eighth dimensional realm, Primordial realm, Creation realm, Tribulation realm, Ninth dimensional realm, and Sovereign of heaven and earth. Now, with the three-dimensional world in his body, he was invincible under the Alpha Origin realm, and killing people at the peak of the seventh dimensional realm wouldn't take too much effort. He could easily wipe out the three ancient clans by himself. However, he had no reason to do such a thing. Was it to wipe out the three major clans to protect the peace of the seventh dimension? That was a joke. Back in the fifth dimension, when he was no match for the five-tailed vicious beast, he also took action to buy time for the creatures of the fifth dimension to escape. In the end, he suppressed the vicious beast because he couldn't bear to see the countless creatures of the fifth dimension suffer. But now, when the seventh dimension was facing a similar situation, he would never take action. This world wasn't worth protecting. Clang! The sword of heaven and earth in his hand boiled. Sharp sword light swept out once again, and the 7 types of laws of the seventh dimension boiled along with it. You. Ah. Stop. Stop, don't. Ah. Mournful screams continued to be heard. An hour later, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. For a time, the place became deathly silent. The sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand dissipated. He didn't even look at the people of the 3 ancient clans and directly left. The experts of the 3 ancient clans looked at Lin Tian's departing figure and didn't stop him. Even the Dark Scale clan, which had lost a grand elder, was no exception. Their faces were solemn as they watched Lin Tian leave and Lin Tian disappear into the horizon. After so many years, such a terrifying person has appeared in this land. 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension, and that terrifying sword. This man. Who exactly is he? The higher-ups of the three ancient clans all had solemn expressions. Lin Tian's battle strength made their hearts palpitate. Unless the supreme ancestor of our clans steps into the Alpha origin stage, otherwise. Someone said in a low voice. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. The current Lin Tian was absolutely invincible under the Alpha origin stage. Even if the three ancient clans joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Now we. From the looks of it, he clearly has a strong killing intent towards the human cultivators in this land. He doesn't care about the life and death of the living beings in this land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those people like that. Otherwise, he would have directly attacked us when we broke out of the seal. He didn't try to stop us at this moment, and he probably won't do so in the future. If he doesn't do anything, we shouldn't provoke him for the time being. First, we should seize control of this seven-dimensional territory. Some people said, among them, a grand elder from the Serene Flame clan of the three ancient clans spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said in a deep voice. Previously, among those he killed, someone mentioned the descendant of the Desolate Saint. Back then, the human who forced us into the forbidden ancient demon region and sealed us still has a descendant in this world. Moreover, it seems to be related to him. When these words were said, the eyes of the other experts of the three ancient clans turned cold. The three ancient clans naturally hated the Desolate Saint. If not for the Desolate Saint, they wouldn't have been trapped in the forbidden ancient demon region for such a long time. If not for the Desolate Saint, the three ancient clans would have long occupied the entire seven-dimensional world. They naturally wanted to kill the descendant of the Desolate Saint, and it was an extremely strong killing intent. So what if it's related to him? We're not his match for the time being. One of the elders of the horned demon race said, now that we've split up, the most important thing is to seize control of this territory. Don't worry about him for the time being. Once our three races' supreme ancestors step into the Alpha origin stage, the three supreme ancestors will suppress him and find the Desolate Saint descendants to kill. We can also find out how he controlled the seven-dimensional laws from his body. The grand ancestors aren't far from the Alpha origin stage, and it won't be long before they step into the Alpha origin stage. Hearing that person's words, the other experts of the three great clans all nodded. Let him live a little longer, an expert from the Dark Scale race said. His voice was extremely cold. Lin Tian had killed a senior elder from their race before. The three grand ancestors are in seclusion in the forbidden ancient demon region and are guarded by their clansmen. Now let's kill. A Serene Flame clan grand elder said coldly. Let the land know that we're back. Let the land tremble. A horned grinder clan grand elder said. Boys, let's move. A Dark Scale clan grand elder said coldly. Kill, kill, kill. A cold shout was heard, shaking the sky. There were many members of the three ancient clans. Each of them had a frightening aura and a cruel look on their faces. From the desert, where the forbidden ancient demon region was located, they charged towards every corner of the seventh dimension. In the blink of an eye, the seven-dimensional world fell into disaster. Countless cultivators in the seven-dimensional world began to suffer. You, who will save us? Screams rang out in the seven-dimensional world as the cultivators in the seven-dimensional world fell into panic. At this time, Lin Tian was residing in an immortal mountain. He had been here for a long time. He opened up a small cave in this immortal mountain and went into seclusion to cultivate. It had been a few months since he broke through to the solitary god realm. He was ready to continue cultivating. From the solitary god realm to the solitary soul realm, he would be able to unlock the seventh seal on his soul root. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra began to circulate on its own. For a time, dense spiritual energy rolled out from the immortal mountain. Combined with these psionic Tao powers coupled with his powerful potential and powerful understanding of all things in the world. His entire cultivation realm immediately began to increase at an obvious speed. His essence, energy, and spirit also became stronger with each strand. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, he had been cultivating in seclusion for 3 months. His cultivation realm rose from the early stage to the peak of the solitary god realm. Almost there, he muttered to himself and continued cultivating without opening his eyes. Now he was only a small step away from the solitary soul realm. He estimated that he would reach it in 2 months if he cultivated seriously. In the outside world of the 7th dimension, the 3 ancient clans broke the wild sage's seal and appeared in the world. In just 3 months, blood flowed like rivers in the 7th dimension. Countless cultivators died tragically. Wails of agony continued to be heard. In this world, the inheritances of great sects were destroyed one after another. Wherever the 3 ancient clans passed, no one survived. Where is that person? He has mastered all the laws of the 7th dimension. He should be able to fight back against the 7 top orthodoxies that he destroyed. Why didn't he come out to stop them? Is he hiding because he's afraid of the 3 ancient clans? Damn it, what should we do now? The 7th dimension was in a miserable state. 7 top orthodoxies were destroyed by Lin Tian. Hundreds of other powerful sects were also destroyed by Lin Tian. The 7th dimension was now a world. When faced with the 3 ancient clans who broke the seal, it was as weak as an ant. Another month passed. The entire 7th dimension had fallen completely. The 7th dimension was completely under the control of the 3 ancient clans. There's no need to kill all the humans in this territory. We still need slaves. We learned from some human cultivators that the human from before is indeed related to the wild sage's descendant. The 3 ancestors will step into the alpha origin stage in at most a month. At that time, we will find that person and suppress him. We will find the only remaining bloodline of the wild sage and use it as a blood sacrifice for the clansmen of our 3 clans who died at his hands. We will vent our hatred for being sealed for such a long time. We will make sure that the wild sage has no more descendants. The grand elders of the 3 ancient clans gathered together and looked down at the 7th dimension. Their eyes were filled with an extremely cold light. In the immortal mountain, Lin Tian was in seclusion and silently cultivating. Outside his body, a 9-colored holy light surrounded him. His entire person seemed incomparably ethereal, as if he had become one with the world. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Dong! Half a month later. On this day, the sky shook violently as a lightning vortex appeared in the sky where he was cultivating. Chapter 2440. A pitch-black thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning interweaved, surging violently. Darkness enveloped this place in the blink of an eye, and the space became distorted inch by inch. Lin Tian opened his eyes. There were no living beings in this immortal mountain, so he chose to undergo the tribulation here. Boom! The sky exploded. Not long after, the first round of the main lightning punishment fell. This was a group of incomplete immortal palaces formed by lightning. They looked as if they really existed, and their aura was intimidating. Lin Tian was fearless. He quietly stood in place, allowing the main lightning punishment to fall on his body. At the same time, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body, allowing this one and only origin divine weapon to undergo the tribulation together with him. Boom! 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 The main lightning punishment fell one after another. More than half a day later, the silent soul, heavenly punishment, finally dispersed. Lin Tian used his will to reform the reincarnation sword that was shattered by the lightning punishment and stored it back into his body. Then he used the rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation to temper his flesh and blood. stabilizing his current silent soul realm cultivation base. After a quarter of an hour, the rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds disappeared. At this time, he truly stood in the silent soul realm, and he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger. Moreover, as his cultivation base increased, the growth of the three-dimensional world in his body also became faster. The immortal mountain here was completely destroyed, and the ground was charred black. He paused for a moment, then directly left this place. Stepping out of this charred immortal mountain, he prepared to find a suitable place to release the seventh seal on his soul root. He already had some plans for such a place. He wanted to go to a place in the seventh dimension called the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. He had previously searched the sea of consciousness of an elder of the Gantian divine sect, so he knew about this Forbidden Valley. The Holy Spirit chi inside was so dense that it was almost liquid. Moreover, there were all kinds of strange heavenly treasures, each of which was extremely extraordinary. However, at the same time, it was also incomparably dangerous. People under the seventh dimension realm didn't dare to step inside. He followed the coordinates of the soul-severing Forbidden Valley and headed there. Not long after, he saw many figures. Crash! The sound of metal chains clashing reverberated through the air as a group of cultivators were chased away by a group of foreign beings who had a single horn on their heads and were emanating devilish chi. When Lin Tian saw these people, he indifferently swept his gaze over them. In an instant he had guessed many things. Those foreign races with a single horn on their heads and devilish aura were obviously horned demon elites who had stepped out of the forbidden ancient demon region. As for those who were shackled, they were undoubtedly cultivators from the seventh dimensional world. It seemed that these cultivators from the seventh dimensional world had been suppressed by the horned demon race and turned into slaves. At the same time, the cultivators of the seventh dimensional heaven and the powerhouses of the horned demon race also saw him. Fellow Taoist, save us. The strongest among them is only in the solitary God realm. Given your strength, fellow Taoist, you can definitely defeat them easily. Fellow Taoist, please help. When the group of seventh dimensional cultivators saw Lin Tian, they were pleasantly surprised as if they had seen their savior. This caused the hearts of the group of horned demon elites to skip a beat. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly put up their guard. A few months ago, when the three great ancient clans had first appeared, Lin Tian had been listed as the most dangerous person in the seventh dimensional world by the three great ancient clans. The higher-ups of the three great ancient clans had sternly warned their clansmen that if they encountered Lin Tian, they were not his match at all. Now, when these horned demon elites saw Lin Tian appear and heard the suppressed cultivators of the seventh dimensional world asking Lin Tian to deal with them, they naturally felt their hearts palpitate and a chill ran down their spines. They were afraid that Lin Tian would make a move at this time. Lin Tian heard the voices of the seventh dimensional world cultivators asking for help, but he acted as if he did not hear them. He did not even look at these people and directly left. The cultivators of this world disgusted him to the extreme. It was impossible and meaningless for him to save these people. Fellow Taoist, please help us. These foreign races are not a threat to you at all. Why did you leave us in the lurch? Are you still a member of the seventh dimensional world? Seeing Lin Tian in the distance, the suppressed cultivators of the seventh dimensional world were both shocked and angry. Lin Tian completely ignored these people and quickly left, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was only at this time that the group of horned demon elites let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Tian did not make a move. Immediately after, the gazes of the horned demon powerhouses all fell upon the seventh dimensional heaven cultivators. Lowly slaves, how dare you ask people to deal with us? You're courting death. Kill them. The group of horned demon elites' eyes glinted with a cold light. They were extremely dissatisfied with the seventh dimensional world cultivators asking for Lin Tian's help. Murderous glints intertwined in their eyes as they attacked at the same time. All kinds of murderous glints mercilessly pressed down on these people. Immediately, horrified screams rang out as bright red blood splattered everywhere. The group of seventh-dimensional world cultivators who were shackled were all mercilessly slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Blood had dyed the ground here red. The leader of the horned demon elites coldly snorted as he looked in the direction Lin Tian had left. After taking a deep breath, his eyes involuntarily glinted. "Go back and inform the Grand Ancestor. That human has appeared." The Grand Ancestor of their clan had already stepped out of the Alpha Origin stage, and the same was true for the Grand Ancestors of the other two ancient clans. Lin Tian could not possibly withstand the attacks of such experts. A descendant of the Desolate Saint. 7 types of seventh-dimensional laws. The other horned demon elites cried out. Their eyes were filled with cruelty and eerie light as they returned in the direction they had come from. After leaving his previous location, Lin Tianyi headed south towards the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. He was already very far away. After tearing open several spatial doors, he finally appeared outside the soul-severing Forbidden Valley not long after. As far as the eye could see, the soul-severing Forbidden Valley was shrouded in mist. It was like a valley of the underworld, giving people a strange feeling that they could not see through it. At the same time, it was also filled with extremely dense saint spirit chi. It was like a mother sea of world spirit chi. Looking at the situation inside, he nodded inwardly. This soul-severing Forbidden Valley was not bad. Purely based on the density of saint spirit chi and world Tao force, it was not inferior to the 7 top orthodoxies in this world. As for the degree of danger, he did not care. If the experts of the 7th-dimensional world could enter and leave this place as they pleased, then he could naturally do so as well. He did not need to enter the 3-dimensional world. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped into the valley. The Forbidden Valley was shrouded in thick mist. Not long after he stepped in, strange, mutated beasts attacked him. A vicious beast with sharp blades on its back pounced towards him, bringing with it a sinister wind. It was comparable to an expert at the end of the Silent Soul realm. At the same time, other mutated beasts appeared and pounced together. In an instant, gusts of demonic wind were stirred up. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He directly raised his hand and slapped away all the beasts that pounced on him. Then, not long after, he arrived at the center of the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. This place had the densest saint spirit chi and world Tao force. After arriving here, he took a deep breath and immediately unlocked the 7th seal on his soul root. Suddenly, with a boom, the entire place boiled. In the Forbidden Soul-severing Valley, the turbulent saint spiritual chi and the way of heaven and earth tumbled and swept toward him. At the same time, in the sky above his head, countless heaven and earth anomalies appeared. They all looked so real. Moreover, in this Forbidden Valley, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. At this time, all the heaven and earth treasures in the valley directly turned into light and turned into pure spirit Tao force. Together, they surged towards him and entered his body along with the heaven and earth spirit chi. In this regard, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra automatically circulated and cooperated with the spirit Tao force to cultivate. Buzz! 9 colored saint light intertwined, and his essence, chi, and spirit began to rise at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his cultivation also rose bit by bit. Just like this, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After unlocking the 7th seal on his soul root, the speed at which he absorbed spirit Tao force became faster and faster. His understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth also became stronger and stronger. On this day, 7 days later, his cultivation broke through to the 7th dimensional realm. Immediately, with a boom, the sky shook and instantly turned dark. A thunderous vortex immediately appeared. The seventh dimensional realm, heavenly tribulation, began to descend. Lin Tian stood quietly in the Forbidden Valley, not moving at all. He raised his head and looked at the seventh dimensional realm, heavenly tribulation in the sky. Immediately, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body. Boom! With another boom, thunder and lightning surged. The first round of heavenly tribulation appeared, forming a sea of lightning that mercilessly pressed down. Then the second round, the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round, the sixth round, the dense heavenly tribulation struck down one after another. After a total of 6,000 rounds of heavenly tribulation, this heavenly tribulation finally disappeared. The thunderous vortex was no longer there. Instead, 7-colored auspicious clouds interweaved and intertwined, and an astonishing 7-colored holy radiance fell from the sky. Lin Tian condensed the reincarnation sword and stored it in his body. He used the 7-colored holy radiance to stabilize his current 7th dimensional realm, heavenly tribulation cultivation. Just like that, 7 or 8 minutes later, the 7-colored auspicious clouds also dispersed. 7th dimensional realm. He muttered to himself. Now that his cultivation was in the 7th dimensional realm, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had increased by a lot. Most importantly, after unlocking the 7th seal on his soul root, he could clearly feel that the greater heaven and earth had become clearer and simpler. He could quickly understand the essence of many things with just a glance, and it was almost as if he could see the Tao of heaven and earth clearly. The Forbidden Valley was scorched black. He clenched his fists and sensed his body. Then he stepped out of the Forbidden Valley. Soon he stepped out of the Forbidden Valley and walked into the distance. I can go back to the lower heaven and earth to take a look. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th dimensional realm, he could step into the 8th dimensional realm. However, before that, he planned to go back to the lower heaven and earth to control all the laws of the 6th dimensional realm, as well as the laws of causality and space-time. He would integrate them into the 3rd dimensional realm and strengthen the 3rd dimensional realm in his body. At the same time, he would also go back to see Wu Yi Jiyu and the others, as well as his 9 senior martial brothers and other old friends. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. He immediately took action and tore open a heaven and earth gate that led to the 6th dimensional realm. Chapter 2441. The 3 figures were all old men, and they exuded either demonic or demonic aura. The pressure they exuded was extremely tyrannical. Lin Tian looked at the 3 with a calm expression. Alpha origin experts from the 3 ancient clans. In reality, from the characteristics and auras of the 3 of them, he could already determine the origins of the 3 of them. He was only casually asking such a question. At the same time, he was somewhat moved. After all, the 3 ancient clans didn't have such experts before. Of course, he was only moved because of the sudden appearance of so many Alpha origin experts from the 3 ancient clans. It wasn't because he was afraid of the 3 of them, as there was no need to be afraid. With his current 7-dimensional cultivation, he could easily kill Alpha origin experts by relying on his own battle prowess without the help of the 3-dimensional world. At almost the same time, whooshing sounds continued to ring out. One figure after another rushed over from the direction the 3 old men had come from. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people had gathered. They were all the 7-dimensional Grand Elders of the 3 ancient clans. Grand Elders, it's him. From the human cultivators of the 7 maintenance world, we found that the descendant of the desolate saint has a close relationship with him. They seem to be master and disciple. Not long ago, Lin Tian had gone out to the soul-severing Forbidden Valley and was discovered by the horned demon race experts. They then reported to the Grand Elders of the race, who then reported to the Grand Elders of the race who had reached the Alpha origin stage. At the same time, they also informed the other 2 ancient clans. At this moment, all the experts of the 7-dimensional stage and above from the 3 ancient clans had arrived. Nearly 100 Grand Elders stood at the back, reporting to the 3 Grand Elders of the Alpha Origin stage as they looked at Lin Tian with sneers. Not long ago, Lin Tian had broken out of the seal and was so powerful that they didn't dare to make a move. However, it was different now. Now that the 3 ancient clan supreme ancestors had stepped into the Alpha Origin stage, they no longer feared Lin Tian. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse, but also as if they were looking at a huge treasure trove. This was because Lin Tian controlled all the laws of the 7th dimension. If they could obtain the method to control all the laws of the 7th dimension from Lin Tian and obtain the experience of controlling all the laws of the 7th dimension, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Desolate, Saint's descendant, hand him over. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan said indifferently. The grand forefathers of the Nether Flame race and the Horned Demon race looked at Lin Tian. They did not say anything, but their gazes were indifferent, now that they were in the Alpha Origin realm, who in the 8th-dimensional world could be their match. Lin Tian looked at them and said, I can't be bothered to do anything to you. Don't even think about my disciple. It's best if you know your place. With that, he stepped forward and stepped into the gate of heaven and earth that led to the 6th dimension. Boom! A ray of demonic light slashed over. The supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race attacked and used his powerful demonic energy to shatter the gate of heaven and earth. Do you think you can escape? The supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race's gaze was cold and indifferent, demonic light rolling in his eyes. Hand over Desolate Saint's descendant and tell us how to control all the laws of the 7th dimension. I'll let you die a quick death. The supreme ancestors of the Nether Flame race and the Dark Scale clan also had cold gazes. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan said, After you find everything, hand him over to this old man. A Grand Elder of my race died in his hands. I'll use his head as a memorial. Naturally, the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race nodded. The supreme ancestor of the Nether Flame race also had no objections. Behind them, the 100 or so Grand Elders of the 3 great ancient clans all looked at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 3 Grand Elders of the 3 great clans and the 100 or so 7th dimensional experts behind them. Some people always like to force themselves into trouble, he said indifferently. As his words fell, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race. Such astonishing speed caused the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race to be immediately shocked. He subconsciously retreated. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian pointed a sword at the center of the supreme ancestor's brows. The desolate heaven laws transformed into sword rays. Bright red blood splattered. The head of the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race was directly penetrated. He fell straight from the sky, the luster of life in his eyes disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The supreme ancestor. The group of Horned Demon elders who had arrived couldn't help but cry out. They all rushed toward the falling body of their clan's Grand Elder and caught him in their arms. Then everyone realized that their branch's Grand Elder's body was still there, but his spirit had been shattered. He was already dead. How is this possible? The group of Grand Elders was shocked, terrified, and furious. Their branch's Grand Elder had reached the Alpha Origin stage not long ago, but now he was instantly killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, the expressions of the supreme ancestor of the Serene Flame clan, the supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan, and the other 7-dimensional Grand Elders of the 2 ancient clans also changed. How is this possible? These people were shocked. An expert of the Alpha Origin stage was killed so easily. You, the supreme ancestor of the Serene Flame clan and the supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan, looked at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at the two, and walked towards them. His steps were very slow, but in just one step he appeared in front of the supreme ancestor of the Serene Flame clan. Without any superfluous movements, 7 types of 7-dimensional laws interwove together and swirled around his palm. He directly slapped out. The supreme ancestor of the Serene Flame clan was horrified. He pushed out all his saint energy to block, but it was useless. Lin Tian's palm, interwoven with 7 types of 7-dimensional laws, was majestic and terrifying, and directly destroyed the supreme ancestor of the Serene Flame clan. A bloody mist floated in the air, a ghastly sight. Ancestor. This time, it was the group of grand elders of the Serene Flame clan who cried out, trembling. Their branch's grand elder, who had reached the alpha origin stage, was killed just like that with a single slap. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Lin Tian again and immediately turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had easily killed the horned demon ancestor and the Serene Flame clan elder, who were at the same cultivation level as him. At this moment, this ancient expert naturally knew how terrifying Lin Tian was. With his current strength, it was absolutely impossible to stop him. Lin Tian watched this person flee, but he didn't chase after him. Instead, he slashed out the 9 swords of samsara with 7 types of 7-dimensional laws. Clang! 9 light swords emerged from 9 different directions and arrived in front of the supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan in the blink of an eye. With a plot, there was no suspense. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan was destroyed in both body and spirit. Ancestor. The group of grand elders of the Dark Scale clan cried out, after the Serene Flame clan and Horned Demon clan's grand elders. Their clan's grand elders had also been killed. The Alpha Origin stage. The 3 ancient clans' grand patriarchs were all Alpha Origin experts, yet they had all been so easily killed by Lin Tian. For a moment, they couldn't help but tremble when they looked at Lin Tian again. Their faces turned deathly pale. Everyone was trembling at this moment. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the grand elders of the 3 clans. His expression was very calm. You brought this upon yourself. As he uttered these 3 words, his mind moved slightly, and the reincarnation swordlight intertwined and spread out in all directions. Plop, plop, plop. Blood spurted out one after another. In the blink of an eye, only 1 grand elder of the 3 ancient clans was left. The others were all destroyed in both body and spirit. Spare me. I will no longer have any ideas about your disciple, nor will I dare to disturb you again. The last remaining grand elder of the Horned Demon clan was at the end of the 7th dimension, and he was trembling non-stop. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He had deliberately left this person behind to imprison him and forcibly search his consciousness. After a moment, his expression changed slightly. His origin spirit withdrew from the grand elder's consciousness and killed him with a slap. It's completely fallen. After searching the grand elder's consciousness, he truly understood the current situation of the 7th dimension. The 7th dimension had completely fallen and was controlled by the 3 ancient clans. The original sects of the cultivation world had all disappeared, uprooted by the 3 ancient clans. He had deliberately left behind the 7 legacies of the Blood Demon Hall that destroyed little Mu Chen's family and killed Elder Zhou. He had originally wanted to let little Mu Chen destroy the 7 legacies and take revenge himself. Now it was impossible. He had deliberately left behind the 7 legacies, but they were destroyed by the Horned Demon clan and the other 2 ancient clans. Now, half of the living beings in the 7th dimension had been wiped out, and the other half were controlled by the 3 ancient clans and turned into slaves. He paused, glanced at the 7th dimension, and once again tore open the gate of heaven and earth that led to the 6th dimension. With his strength, it was very easy to restore peace to the 7th dimension. He could easily wipe out the 3 ancient clans. However, he was too lazy to do so. This world had no value for him to do so. He had even thought of establishing the immortal court in the seventh dimension, but now he had dismissed this idea. The immortal court was established by him, and it was like his child. He didn't want to establish the immortal court in such a land. At least, he didn't want it for now. He glanced at the world one last time, stepped into the gate of heaven and earth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tunnel of heaven and earth was dark. He waited silently. Then, after an unknown amount of time, he was shaken out of the tunnel of heaven and earth and once again stepped on solid ground. Looking around, he happened to be in a celestial mountain. Although the intertwining saint's spirit chi was not comparable to the seventh dimension, it was still very rich and extraordinary. He stood there and comprehended the sixth-dimensional laws of the world. He spent a month to grasp all the laws of the sixth dimension, and another half a month to comprehend the 6 laws of the sixth dimension to greater mastery. After that, he spent another month to fuse the 6 laws of the sixth dimension into the 3-dimensional world in his body. I wonder if Wu Yi and the others are still in this world.